morning.
Good morning, Ms. Madonsela.
Morning.
Calling counsel for the families of the 44 deceased in SADC.
Good morning, Nelly Siwe. We're present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for the families of the 4 deceased.
Phyllis, het besluit hulle gaan nie vandag aangaan nie.
Calling counsel for Ketani Mashangu.
Morning, Nelly Siwe. We're here. Thank you.
Okay. Calling counsel for Dr. Manamela.
Demands scorn.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Dr. Silebano. Calling counsel for Hannah Jacobus. Thank you. You muted counsel.
Oh, sorry. Morning, Ms. Madonsela and colleagues, present and accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Calling counsel for Daphne Jovu. Let's join in now. Calling counsel for Daphne Jovu.
Good morning, Nelly Siwe. I'm present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Nonebe Sinalo.
Good morning, Ms. Madonsela and colleagues. I'm present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Rachel Cordon.
Good morning, Nelly Siwe. Present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Levi Msonori.
Morning, Ms. Madonsela, present.
Thank you.
Ms. Madonsela, like
Yes.
yesterday, Ms. Maite asked me to stand in for her.
Thank you. Noted.
Thank you.
Calling counsel for Life Esidimeni. Calling counsel for Karina Morale and others.
Morning, Nelly Siwe. We are present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Patricia Mubata.
Sorry, Ms. Madonsela, to interrupt. I am present for Esidimeni.
Thank you. Noted.
Thank you, Nelly Siwe. Present.
Thank you. Calling Mrs. PT Gagana. Calling Mr. Neil Vassello.
Good morning, Nelly Siwe. Present.
Thank you. Calling counsel for Priscilla Nyato.
Good morning, Nelly Siwe. Colleagues present.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Right, please, the court, my lady. Morning.
Nelisiwe, may you please place the matter on record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 30th of November, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sibara, if we can get an update about the witness. Mr.
As please the court, my lady. As the court can see from the background, the witness she's ready to proceed.
I don't see it from my side. That is why I want to know.
I can see the witness, my lady, from my side. I don't know with the other colleagues.
Maybe they can see her, but from my side, I don't know.
It's one of those,
We
my
can
lady.
see her, my lady.
Can you see her? All right. Dr. Manamela, how are you this morning?
She's unfortunately muted, doctor. You're muted.
I'm fine, my lady. Thank you.
Okay. Are you well today?
Yes,
my now
lady.
that I can see her from my side. Okay.
Please, the court, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Yes,
my lady.
Over to you, Ms. Asim.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Manamela.
Good morning, Advocate.
Can I just begin with a recap of where we were when we left off on Monday? Mr. Translator, should I just keep going or give you a chance to interpret?
I think he should now.
I think I'll proceed. I wanna retro thoma mola mo re feletseng gona la mafelelo. O tlo go gopotsa re feditse bjang namile a fetša go gopotsa re tswela pele ra itšea gona moo. Yes.
We were talking about the December 2015 litigation that was brought by SADAG, the South African Federation for Mental Health, the South African Society of Psychiatrists, and the families of mental health care users. Do you recall?
Wa gopola be re bolela ka case ewe ebe e tlhatlhetšwe ke SADC le mental health le ba mental health le di families.
Ke a gopola.
Yes.
And they went to court to ask for the appointment of a curator ad litem to protect the rights of the users.
Yale ba ile ba ya court ba gopela go appointwe motho o e le hore ke yena a beng a tlo dira tshepedišo ya maleba e botse ya maleba gore balwetši ba be protected go ya ka mokgwa e bolelang ka gona motho owe ba re ke curator ad litem. O sa kwishisha?
Ke kwishisha.
Yes.
And the department opposed the appointment of a curator. Do you recall?
Department yale yona e be sa nyakane le seuwe sa gore go appointwe yena motho a batlo dira tshepedišo ya gore balwetši ba tlhokomelwa go ya ka mokgwa tlabeng a boletse ka gona go dirwe ka gona. Curator ad litem ka mantswe a mang.
Ke a gopola.
Yes, I remember.
And one of the grounds for the application, according to the applicants, was that the NGOs in the communities did not have the capacity to care for the users.
Le leng la mabaka a beng ba bolela ka ona ba re di NGO tše ga di maemong a maleba go ka tlhokomela balwetši. O sana le rena?
Ke gona ke a kwa.
Yes.
Thank you. So we were at page 18256, affidavit of Ms. Patel. If we can go back there.
I will go affidavit ya Ms. Patel. Ellen go paging 18256.
Do you recall when we ended, you had the opportunity to read the entire affidavit?
Wa gopola re feleletša ula fiwa nako re o ba le affidavit ye ka moka.
Ke a gopola.
Yes.
Okay, so if we could then look at the paragraph that's on the screen. It's just at the below 13.3.
Wa bona paragraph e bua ke e leng ka fase ga 13.3.
Ke a bona.
Yes.
I'm just going to read the paragraph. For the record, and perhaps since you've already read it, there wouldn't be a need for interpretation of the affidavit, but let me just read this paragraph.
Ore o se tšwe ba di ile a ke re a gona botlhokwa wa re bjale re hlatholla ka sepedi. O tla go balla yona. Yes.
Okay. The paragraph reads, the NGOs that we work with are already stretched to capacity at any given time. Many have existing waiting lists for users that require the kind of services that they offer. Generally speaking, These users are on the more functional end of the spectrum of mental illness and disability. Without significant upscaling of facilities and existing staff and hiring of specialized staff, the transfer of users to NGOs cannot be a seamless process that is in the best interests of the users. So, would you agree with what Ms. Patel was saying in that paragraph?
O dumelana le se Miss Patela ba se bolela mo paragraphong ye?
No.
No.
You had a contrary view.
Wena o ne se seng se o se bolelang sa go fapana le se se bolelwang ke Patela?
Enka se bolela.
Yes, can I register it?
Yes.
Me Petele, o bolela ka the NGO that she is working with.
Miss Patel is talking about the NGO that she's working with.
Jelo gore ke shetse ke boletse gore ka nako eo be re na le mepete 116 fela.
As I've already said that at that time the number of beds that we had were to the number of 116 only.
A bolele ka dipetlele tse re di renovatang.
She's not talking about the hospitals that we were renovating.
Ga bolele ka di NGO tse di swa.
She's also not talking about the new NGOs.
Just hold it there. Yes.
Ka gona ke dumella le yena gare re be re dira dilo ka ntle le go ba le interest in ya di user.
Therefore, then I do not agree with her when she says that we were doing things not taking into interest the interests or not taking into account the interests of the users.
Doctor, at the time in December 2015, there were no new NGOs, isn't that so?
Kada kwewe ka December 2015 go be go sta di NGO jemtsa.
Di be di le gona re be re shetse re buile meeting le bona ba be ba le gona.
There were. We had already convened in a meeting. They were also there.
Who did you convene in a meeting?
Come again?
Dr. Manamela, who did you say you convened in a meeting?
Or le wile meeting ke leboma.
Re be re shetse re buile meeting le di NGO tsa gale le ba banya ka bula di NGO tse di swa le bona ba le gona.
We had already held a meeting with the old NGOs as well as the new NGOs were also present in that meeting.
And re na le progress meetings since re mitala mathomo le di NGO re tseba gore ba banya kang go bula tse di swa ke ba ba kae ke ba fi.
We had already progressed in meetings, and we also knew how many of the NGOs wanted to be on board.
And ba bangwe ke ba fi ba ga nyakang go tswelela pele ba oketse.
And also in respect of the old ones, which were those that also wanted to add up.
So let me just confirm, because this is what you said. And now you're contradicting yourself. You said that there were only 116 beds available in the NGOs
It's also
at this point in time.
Kana go wona le mepeto 116 go di NGO.
Tsa gale.
Yes. The old NGOs.
Yes. We're not talking about NGOs that have yet to come into existence. That's not what this case was about. Those new NGOs that you are talking about did not exist, isn't that so?
I bolele ka di NGOs tse di swa. Kana go the NGOs tse di swa di be di se gona.
a ke dumelane le ena ka rena re be re bereka go towards Jona re be re bereka le bona re tshwara di meeting.
I do not agree with that because we were working together with them and we were holding meetings with them.
With who, Dr. Manamela?
Leboma.
The new NGOs and the old NGOs ba ba nyakang go expand. So the statement says
those that wanted to expand. Now the statement that council is making
are the old or the new, or the transfer of users to NGO cannot be. Why generalize?
My lady, I'm going to encounter problems whereby the witness chops in and out using Venek as well as using English. I just do not know where to start when I'm interpreting now.
I hope you are listening, Dr. Malamele. We can't be revolving on the same issue every time you have to testify. I don't think this should be interpreted because you seem to be well conversant with the language. So this is the last warning. If you continue to do this, I am going to excuse the interpreter. I hope I'm clear, Dr. Manamela.
Dr. Manamela.
Ke a kwishisha ifela tše dingwe dilo a di kgone go tswa gabotse a ke tsebe a ke kgone go di ntsha maybe ke
kgone go di ntsha ka sepedi
ke ge ke sa kgone go di ntsha le ke
my lady I understand what the court is saying but the problem is some of these points that I want to make I'm unable to can articulate them appropriately and properly in Venek.
It's better to ask for that permission from court. You don't just talk as you like because you've requested that you be assisted.
O ka ona go gopela o je khora wa ke gopela mo ke di be ka sekgowa a o do bolela fela ka mogonya ka gona ka e tlhakatlhakantša dilo doctor. Understood, my lady. I'll do so.
Yes, I just want to jet in here. Dr. Manamela, these NGOs, were they fully operational at the time?
Really?
When we were talking about this 116 beds, that is exactly what the question that Advocate Ms. Hasim is asking you. Were they operational at the time?
The NGOs di shuma ka nako engwe. No, the new NGOs were not operational at that time.
So would you say they were in existence while they were not operational?
Di le gona tsona di NGOs tša tšemtsa fela di be di sa šome le ge di be di le gona.
Ke nyaka gore di be di sa šome ifela
di be di le gona na
di be di le gona tše dingwe di be di sego tše dingwe di be di le gona.
Some were in existence whereas some were not, but they were not operational.
These 116 beds, did they include any beds from these NGOs?
The Pretoria 116 e be e tsenyeletša le Pretoria e be le ko di NGOs.
Aowa e be le ya tša kgale fela.
No, this number represents the number of beds that were with the old NGOs only.
Re fa di license ga tee ka December e be se nako ya go fa di license.
Because we were issuing licenses only once. In December, it was not the opportune time to can issue out licenses.
Seo se ra gore le ge mepete eo e be le gona re be re ka se bale ka gore re be re se tšhura license.
That means that even if those beds were in existence, we wouldn't count them because we had not yet issued the licenses.
Thank you. Can you proceed, Mrs.
I'm indebted to the court, my lady. So, Dr. Manamela, on that basis, these concerns were raised by the applicants in this case, and the answering affidavit was prepared by Dr. Lebete.
Masonyoga a ile a tlishwa ke ba beng ba tlisitse case namile wo Dr. Lebete ke ena ileng ngwala fase tse di swantse di ngwalwe.
And throughout that affidavit, he denied what these applicants were saying about their knowledge of the NGO environment for mental health.
Yale wa ganetša mo affidavit-ing ya gage Dr. Lebete o ganana le se sebeng se bolelwa ke ba batišitšeng case mabapi le maswenyego a bona. O re a go bjalo. O bjalo.
Ga re a o bjalo go ra gore ga o bjale.
If Dr. Lebete says it is not so, it means it is not so.
And Dr. Lebete says in his affidavit that he relies on information that was provided to him by the department officials. You were one of the officials. In fact, you were a very important official that he relied on for that information. Isn't that so?
O Dr. Lebete mo affidavit ya gage yena o be a šoma ka information a ba e hwetša go tšwa go di-official tša department. Go mongwe di-official tšeo ke wena.
Ke nnete.
That's correct.
And you confirmed his affidavit. If you remember, we looked at your confirmatory affidavit on Monday.
O dumelana le se a se bolelang mo affidavit-ing ya gago ke wa gopola le ga lebelela le confirmatory affidavit ya gago ka mo šopologa. Yes.
So if you knew that there were only 116 beds, and if you knew, as you've already told us several times, that this was an impractical exercise, why did you not say so?
Yale ga ile re o tseba re gone mepeto ile eleng 116 le gore o bo tseba re se se ka se kgonagale nkane o sa bolela bjalo.
Ke ntwe nka e bolelang ke gore mo re be re bona o sa kgonagale re be re bolela ke ka mo re ile ra gopela extension. And then
What I can say is that where there were some impracticalities, we did raise them. We did raise those concerns.
ke ka mo re ile ra ba ra re humane extension ka gore.
That's why we even asked for an extension, because
a se ntwe ya gore today mamotla o e bona so go ra o re fedile.
Because it was not a matter of whether if you see something in a particular way today, it means that that is the end, that is the be all and the end all of it.
E be le mmereko o ile gore o on progress.
It was work that was in progress.
So o bo ka se kgone gore kgwedi tše pedi ba kgwedi morago ga ge termination e boletšwe.
So it would not have been possible that after 2 months and or 1 month after the termination was pronounced,
Re utla dilo ka moka a one ntwe e ka kgoneago mola. Re o ka se kgonege mola really busy.
we wouldn't have said that it is impractical while we were busy.
Re renovate dipetlele.
We were busy with the renovations of the hospitals,
Tše le gore tše dingwe di ka šomišiwa jwale ka di NGOs.
which some of them could be used as NGOs.
Re le gare re bolela le di NGO.
While engaging with the NGOs.
So o bo se ka mokgwa re ka no re ge department e re ra rena re ka se dire ntho eo.
There was no way in which if the department would instruct us to carry out certain functions, and that we would say then to the department, we cannot carry them out.
Re latetše di process tše di swanetšeng go latelwa ngwaga ka ngwaga.
We followed all the processes that were supposed to be followed each and every year.
Okay. The point is, Dr. Manamela, the extension that you're now talking about, the request for extension, first of all, was not made by you, and second, was only made in February 2016, and we are still in 2015.
Yale ore o nyaka go tja extension o bolelang ka yona ga ya dira ko wena ga ya kgopelwa ko wena ebile e diragetše ka February 2016 yale mo re sa bolela ka 2015
e a tlaba mo ka gore ge a re a ya dirwa ke nna gona o ra re o tla re le affidavit ya Dr. Lebet ke se ka bolela ka yona.
It's confusing because if you say I'm not the one that made this application for extension, then it would mean that you would say also that the affidavit deposed by Dr. Lebet, I should not also talk about it or talk about its contents.
Ka gore rena re be re bereka le bona re fa di input, that is
Because
why
we were working with them, giving our inputs. That is why
ke boletše gore re file Mr. Mosenuri le gane jwale ge o mputša ka tše ke fileng Dr. Lebet a ke di gane. So
that's why I'm saying we gave to Dr. Mosenuri. Even now, as you're putting it to me about Dr. Lebet, I'm not denying anything in respect of that.
So
we gave inputs to Dr. Mosenuri.
Le mo file di inputs Dr. Mosenuri.
Re mo file di input like
yes.
Le ge re file Dr. Lebet di input.
In the same way in which we gave Dr. Lebet the input.
Okay. What about
just before you proceed, I'm still going to ask you, please bear in mind that the proceedings are interpreted. Whatever you say, give the interpreter the chance, because he's not going to pick up everything that you say. He must first understand what you are saying before he interprets it. That is why he can't say the things other things that you say. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. If I may perhaps just make a request that the pace also be at a rate that we can. It is going quite fast, and it's difficult to keep up with notes.
Thank you. That is why sometimes you hear me saying, please just bear with me. I hope you understood. Mr. Interpreter, you must control the witness, please.
My lady, I understand that, although it's so difficult. I'm not used to this computer things. I'm used to a courtroom setup. It's so difficult for me, I must say.
Yeah, sometimes I interject too much, so I don't want, but I'll have to do that.
Yes,
all right,
thank you.
Dr. Manamela, please bear in mind, people are taking notes. There is no use for you to saying lots of things where people don't understand you,
yes,
because it's not going to be of any assistance to this court.
Dr. Manamela. Ngo bolele o shia se khobanyana sa le nna ke bolele se o se boletsego. Ge o bolela o kitima e ka se go thushi ka selo ntwe. Ebile tše dintša dilo tšeo di bolela o kitima nna ka se kgone go di toloka ke tlabe ebile ke tlabe ke di lebetše di ka se go thushi ka selo. di re go tsentšha mathateng ka lebaka la re nna ke tlabe ke sa di bolela wena o re o di boletše re a kwana bjale ga di o fana chance le bo council mo ba nyaka go ngwala fase ntho engwe le engwe e bolelago.
Ai be tshwarelo re a kwana.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. We just want to caution you so that you must understand that you are here to assist us.
Awa di ya selo sa phošo o re fela judge o nyaka go sa botša gaua o gopole gore o mo go tlo re thuša re hwetše information e re e nyakago bjale go a nyakega gore o e tšee ka sekgoba le ka sekgoba fela bjalo re o kwešiše mafelelong ntlo e o boletšego ke ye.
The last point is that I'm taking you back. I want you to understand the question before you answer. You seem to be saying a lot. Please listen to the question, what it wants, and avoid saying too many things.
Ntho engwe gape ke a o botša potšišo aowa e di a reba potšišo ye uwe o se ka bolela dilo tše dintšhi tše e leng gore mafelelong ga di a rebe potšišo e be e botšišwa re a kwana.
Ke a kwešiša.
Understand, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Sim.
Support, please, my lady. Dr. Manamela, could I also ask you, when you answer, not to refer to we, but to what you did or did not know or do?
Or she can just specify. If she says we, if she refers to the whole mental health team or directorate or the project team, she must this we, right?
What le ge o bolela ka re ile re a dira ge o bolela ka batho e di o bolela ke wena le mang goba ge o bolela ka institution ke mental health goba ke department o ska di re fela re be re dirile goba re fane ka di input re sa tsebe gore batho ba uwe ke bo mang goba ko wena mo e leng gore ke wena o re boletse gore nna ke di Dr. Manamela ke dirile ka tsela ya mofuta o ya kwana.
Re a kwana.
Understood.
Continue.
Understood, buddy.
My question, Dr. Manamela, is whether you raised concerns or informed Dr. Lebete of any of the concerns regarding the implementation of the project.
Really, Dr. Lebete ka mathata a leben le tlhakana le ona ka nako e lebe le swanetše le implemente project ye na
in December 2015.
Ka December 2015.
Mathata ka moka a be re kopana le ona be re a report.
All the complications that we experienced, we reported them.
Ili mental health directorate le project team. Mental health directorate team. Ke rena be reporter le project team members ko meeting.
Mental health directorate as well as the project team, we all were reporting the complications that we experienced through the meeting.
Did that happen in December 2015?
Se we se diragetše ka December 2015.
Nka se gopola gore ke lefe mara ko last meeting wo re o tshwereng wa December 2015 ge o bile le bothata re tshwanetse go ba re reportile.
I cannot remember specifically, but in the last meeting that we held in 2015, if there were any complications, we must have reported them.
Okay, continue.
Dr. Lebete testified in this inquest, as you know, and on 6 September 2021, he says that he ensured, in fact, let me just quote it verbatim, I had ensured that she, Dr. Manamela was sure of what was in here, meaning in his affidavit.
Ore o kgontisishile hore wena wa kwishisha hore keng se beng a se ngwadile dikarare tša se a beng a se ngwadile wa di kwishisha botse ka mantswe a mangwe ba bolela ka affidavit se a ba se ngwadile mo affidaviting ya ka e be le ka di 6 tša September 2021 ge a fana ka bohlatse bja uwe.
Do you dispute that?
Wa se ganetša se uwe?
Aowa, ke se ganetše.
I do not.
And we know that in those court papers, there was a complete denial that there were any legitimate concerns.
Bala re a tseba hore ba matlakaleng a uwe a go khotro o be go ganetšwa re uwa. Se ganeditšwe seo.
Yes, continue.
So, Dr. Manamela, in fact, instead of addressing these concerns that were raised by the applicants in this case, they were seen as a major challenge, isn't that so? As an obstacle.
Bjale, go na le lena le bjakanye mathata uwe a ba tlišitšeng case ba be ba bolela ka ona a ua bona a ba kgotsofala lena a sanka la bjakanya goba la lokiša mathata uwe lona le be le ba bona bjale ka batho ba emeng kgahlanong le lena ke ka mokgwa le be le ba bona ka gona.
Nkare o botsitše dipotšišo tše pedi e ba ke gabotse o re a sanka ra ba bona gabotse nka bolela ke ra ge ke kwešiša potšišo tša gae di nyaka karabo tše pedi.
If I understand Council's question, it's two questions which needs two answers.
Ya gore o re a ra dira selo a se nnete.
When Council says that we did not do anything, that is not true.
Ka ge ke tlhalositše gore be re sa thoma re tšwela pele.
As I've already said that we had just started and it was work in progress.
Ya gore be re ba bona jwale ka obstacle e ka ba nnete ka no se be nnete rena ke rena.
That we saw them as an obstacle, it can be the truth. It also, in another vein, cannot be.
Because ke rena re ba biditšeng o tla meeting wa rena a se bona ba re kgopetšeng.
Because we are the ones that invited them to come to our meeting. They did not initiate those meetings.
So ge le di obstacle nke be re sa ka ra le ka le go ba bitša ba ka no ba.
If they were obstacles, we would not even have invited them.
Mohlomongwe bona ba rile o fihla ba ithenela ba di obstacle a ke tsebe.
Maybe when they began taking part in this process, they tend to be obstacles by themselves. I do not know.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Manamela. In response to your first answer, I just want to let you know that the answering affidavit in the court papers speaks for itself. Because there were no, the court was not told that there is a plan to register new NGOs or this is a work in progress. It simply denied that there was a problem.
Ore baba pele ka ge ba gago ya mathomo o nyaka go botša matlakala a bua khotho a bolela ka bona Gore a sanka ya botswa gore go be go na di go ile wa dirwa go ile ga lekwa go registerwa di NGO tšemsa.
a ke sa gopola nna gore bo re ngwadile eng mara se ke se sa nnete ke sona se ke se le bolelang gane jwale.
I cannot remember verbatim what was written there, but what I have just said now is a fact.
Okay.
Is the truth. Sorry, my lady, bolela ka sekgowa.
Is the truth.
Eh.
Or is the truth.
In your report, after it's KK6 on 5th August, at page 20851, you refer to these organizations as major challenges. Just look at them.
When now level report ya gago kwa go KK6 ya di 5 tša August page 20851. Level o ke mo wena o bolelang ka di organization tše ore awa the organization tše ke di challenge.
And Dr. Manuela, you've seen this report now, you know, a number of times, so we're not going to go through it in detail. You know what the contents are.
But asila mathomo we bona wa tseba go ngwadilwe mo go yona. Ka se ba le ka moka.
Ke bone ke re ke ela ke fihle ka ra felletša ke re ke aligna le KK3 mara ke same information re ka bolela ka yona.
Yes, I saw this document. It is the one where I said I align myself with KK3, but it seems to be the same. We can talk about it.
This is exactly reproduced in KK3. It's the same wording. So do you accept that this is what was in your report?
Wa dumela se se ngwadile mo ke se se be se le mo reporting ya gago. Se se ngwadile mo se tswa gona kwa go KK3.
Ke a dumela ebile nka tlhalosa.
Yes, I accept. Can I further explain?
Gore report ye se ke se ngwadile mo ke ge re šetše re feditše go transporta balwetši.
This report, what I've written here, it was after we had transported the patients to hospitals
le di NGOs.
And NGOs.
Jwale ga o lebella period ya go lebella lebaka le go tloa ge council amputiša ka December.
Now, if one looks at the period as council is asking me about December up until to the point where I compiled this report.
Ke dikgwedi tše dintši di ra gore dilo tše dintši di ile tša direga.
It's many months that had lapsed, which would then mean that many incidents took place.
So ge re bolela ka ya December ra tla ra bolela ka ya September. Go ra gore re swanetše go ba re tseba gore statement se tle se tšwe jwale.
Statements of a report.
Se sa mo reporting se bo cancel.
Expired between this period. Rebo councillor.
ye period ye bo council ba butšang ka yona ka December mola ye ile ya August September.
The period that council is asking there were changes as well.
Dr. Manamela, paragraph 11 talks about major challenges during the planning period. And it specifies that the challenges were the negative media, toy-toying, and court cases. This was happening during the implementation of the project. Isn't that so?
Se se diragetše ka nako go be le implementa project. Paragraph 11 e bolela ka mathata a beng a direga. Go be go na le polelo tše di be di sa kgatliše ko go media, ebile go na le ditoi-toi, go na le di-court case fela bjalo.
Go bjalo ke re ye ke report ya mafelelo.
Yes, it is so.
Ya dilo ka moka tše di direilego. Ha ona mo ke reng
Maganya, isn't it so that this is the last report? It encompasses everything that has happened. There is nowhere where I say more.
Mohlomong ka re ka date ye itseng ka date ye itseng is a summary report.
There is nowhere where I say on a particular date and on this other date. This is a summary report.
Dr. Manamela, it's you're answering a question I'm not asking. My question was, these events that you describe as being a challenge to you were taking place during the implementation of the project. It's yes or no.
Oh, bjalo, or lo tšeo e be le di challenge mo go leta di be di direga ka nako le dira implementation. Oh, bjalo na e go ba aowa.
Tše dingwe di direile ka nako ya implementation, tše dingwe tša dira ka morago.
Some took place at the time of the implementation, whereas the others took place thereafter.
Okay. The record again will speak for itself as to when the court cases happened and the picketing. But really, the point is, my question to you is, instead of addressing these concerns from sections of society and the families, you just pressed ahead.
Fela o re nyaka go botša le ge ba di febele ga mmogo le SADC le di organization tšeo ba tiša matshwenyego a bona mo go lena, go na le gore le rarabolle mathata a beng ba tliša mo go lena, le ile la ba tlhokomologa lena la tšwela pele.
E ka se be nnete ye tletšego.
That is not the entire truth.
Le ge re be re tšwela pele.
Because even if we forged ahead,
re be re ba le di meeting le bona go fitlhella ba decide go se satla.
We held meetings with them up until to a point where they decided not to attend the meetings anymore.
Ra tšwela pele a botse le di family le gona le ge ba etla di meeting go fitlhella.
We then proceeded in holding meetings with the families until
le bona ba bangwe ba se satla.
until some of them were also not attending our meetings.
Le gona bo council ba ka se re nna I press ahead. A ka se re nna ke tšwetše pele ka gore e be se ya ka termination e be e le ya department.
And another thing that I would like to express is that council cannot say I pressed ahead, because this I pressed ahead with the termination, because this project, it was not my personal project, it was the department's.
And Dr. Manamela, you do agree, though, that you felt that the media and the families were just trying to paint the department in a negative light.
Ka ba go bjalo ke ka mokgwa o bo tikwela ka gona ba di family ga mmogo le media ba be ba nyaka fela go do le totša ka maraga.
Ka nako tše dintši ba be ba ngwala dilo tše ba seng ba di verifya le ba di ke tla ra ke ne that word my lady ba di verifya le department.
In most cases, they wrote in the media about things that they had not, or issues that they had not verified with the department.
Nka fa motlhala.
And I give an example.
Ke gopola SADC ba bolela gore balwetši ba psychotic a ke na word e kaone.
Right on. I remember SADC had said that the patients were psychotic.
Mola nkebe ba ile ba verifya le rena ba ka be ba tsebile gore ke ba mohuta mang ba.
Had they verified with us, they would have known that which patients,
Baba Linko Life Esidimeni,
which of those patients are at Life Esidimeni and
NGO,
and which of those were going to be taken to the NGOs.
Monagano, mental health status, my lady Sabona.
Their mental health status?
Ikaba ile sa mohuta mang.
At what level would their mental health status would have been?
Yengwe ya ba gore ge ba bolela ka dipetlele tša go tshwana le bo Jimiston ko medieng.
Another factor was when they were speaking about hospitals such as the one in Germiston, as they were speaking in the media.
Ga ba ka be ba checkile le department.
Had they verified information with the department?
Ba ka be ba ile ba tlhalosetša gore sepetlele sewe a se ne manager ka nako yeo se tswaletšwe.
They would have been told that that hospital did not have a manager at that time and it was closed.
Ke di example tše nka di fang gore if ba be ba bolela le department ba ke be ba išitše taba tše di leng gona ko medieng.
These are the examples that I would just like to put on record, saying that had they spoken to the department, they would have been clarified and they would have reported correct information in the media.
That's not where I was going, but now since you've said this, you're talking about Germiston Hospital. And am I correct that what you're referring to is that SADC was saying that Germiston Hospital would not be renovated?
Or SADC Germiston Hospital e ka se renovatiwe.
A ke rialo ka
No,
gore
that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying? Did the department not say that Germiston Hospital would take a certain number of the patients?
Department asanga Germiston ebe itlo jia nomoro e rileng ya balwetši.
e dirile.
Yes, it did.
And did it?
Ile ya ba jia. Ile ya ba
Aowa,
jia di patient tšeo. Huh? No, it did not.
Okay, thank you. Now, at the time of your, at least at your August report, you were satisfied that everything was fine in terms of implementation?
Really, ge motho o bolela ka implementation, reportong ya gago ya Augustus, o bo kgotsofetse gore wa dilo di sepela ka thelelo?
Karabo ye e ka sena me aba eng oba aowa ka gore
I cannot giving an answer to this question. It cannot be just a forthright yes or no. I need to expatiate.
gore balwetši ba tswile ka moka ko life Esidimeni ba ntšhitšwe ka thelelo.
That the patients were removed, all of them, they were removed from life Esidimeni. I want to say that that process went smooth.
Mara gore balwetši ba tshwere jwang kwa ba ileng gona dipetlele le NGO.
But as to how the patients were cared for, where they were, to the place where they were taken to, that is the hospitals and the NGOs.
Ki daily work progress.
That would be daily work progress.
Ki ka mo go tla ba le di nursing or plan. Kirile nursing plan ki ka mo go tla ba gore ko dipetlele ki nursing care plan.
That's why there would be a process that would take place at the hospitals, which would entail a nursing plan.
Ura gore ka letšatši balwetši ba lekolwa.
That would mean that on a daily basis, the patients would be checked or examined.
Okay. By the time of your, well, let's look first in August. At page 20856, you report on the deaths.
Yale o le reporta ka mahu a balwetši ba ileng ba tlhokofala. Ebele ka August ge o lebelela mo 20856.
And if we just look at the number who passed on at the NGOs and Cullinan Care, it's 12 in the NGOs and 11 at Cullinan, correct?
Wa bona ba ngwadile mo bua ke 12 kwa go di NGOs, 11 kwa go Cullinan.
Ke bona.
Yes.
Did you make any follow-ups with anyone in relation to the deaths?
Gone motho e leng la dia di follow up le ena mabapi le makhwa.
Go bjalo.
Yes, we did.
What did you do?
What dirile?
Re rometše batho ba body ba yo re checkela gore na bothata ke eng.
We sent members of the board to go and investigate as to what the problem was.
Ko ko Cullinan le di NGO tša gona.
at Cullinan and their NGOs.
Mola ko dipetlele
Whereas at the hospitals,
ba na le di-quality team tše di nyakišišang.
at the hospitals, they had quality teams that were investigating.
And le di-team tša rena di be di re checkela, di-team ya mental health unit le yona e be e re checkela.
And also our team, more specifically the mental health unit team, also went to investigate for us.
And council o tla gopola gore tše dingwe tše di leng tša hwetšwa ebile gore tše dingwe di-NGO.
Council will remember that some of the findings were that the NGOs,
tše dingwe di tswalelwe.
that some of the NGOs must close down.
Then ra ba ra iša le ba manese a ko Vescopisi le a ko Sterfontein go yo thuša ko Cullinan Care Rehab.
We also sent the nurses from Vescopis Sterfontein. We sent them to Cullinan to go and render assistance there.
Ko di NGO tšeo di beng di le koo.
The NGOs that were there.
Doctor, did you recommend in August that any of the NGOs should be closed?
Kaba lilela the recommendation ka hostos le na engwe goba tše ding tša di NGOs tše di tswalelwe.
A ke gopole gore ka ba ile neng mara go na le tše di leng tša tswalelwa.
I cannot remember when it was, but there are some of those that closed down.
Tše dingwe tša hudušetšwa kgauswi le dipetlele.
Tša
hudušetšwa.
Oh, and some of them were relocated to places that were nearby the hospitals.
A ke re ka dipetlele.
Ba tša hudušetšwa ka gare ga dipetlele.
Tša occupy di-ward.
Oh, they were point of correction. They were relocated to hospitals, and in those hospitals they occupied particular wards.
This was after the Ombuds report, isn't that so?
Ke ka morago ga report ya Ombudsman.
Tše dingwe ke ka morago, tše dingwe ke pele.
Some, with regard to some, it was before, whereas some it was after.
Okay. Now, if we could, you're aware that there are 140 deceased that form part of this inquest, right?
Obialo.
Obialo.
Correct.
And although your report in August says that there were 23 patients who passed on at NGOs and Cullinan, in fact, there were more. I don't need a response now. I'd like to show you that first.
La report gone malwetši ba 23 ba ileng ba tlhokofala go di NGO le Cullinan ga dumelane le wena ba feta nomoro e ya 23 o ta go bontša.
Lady, if I could request the indulgence from the court, we've previously referred to a table that tabulates deaths and at NGOs. We also have prepared a table of the 140 dockets in terms of where and when the deaths took place. We've not loaded this onto case lines because we didn't want to interfere with any page numbering. If I may display the table, it is merely a summary of what's already on case lines, what's already in the dockets, meaning the names and the date of death and place of death, and so on. If I could ask the indulgence of the court to use that table.
Then when are we going to get it? Towards the end of the witness testimony, or?
My lady, we could email it to everybody immediately.
Is it not better also to email it now, because I can see there is already a hand from Mr. Makani. I'll give him a chance to hear what he's about to say. So I don't know, maybe he's going to ask that the witness.
Sure. Can I just assure the court that this is not new information or new evidence?
Yes, I hear you as you say that it is based on the information in the docket. Mr. Makani?
Morning, my lady. I'm sorry, my camera I'm struggling to switch it on.
Let's talk so that we can hear you. It's fine.
Okay, thank you, my lady. My lady, I don't think it's fair for the witness she understands better the summary. May the witness first have a look at the summary, then question may be put to her, please. Thank you.
Lady, may I respond?
Yes, yes, you may.
It's just going to take unnecessary time. I will display it and I will take the witness through it. It really is just a form of presenting the facts.
Okay. But in the meantime, you can just email it to everyone.
I will do so as a court pleases.
All right. Will that be proper, Mr. Makani?
I still hold the view that may the witness first have a look on this because she has to do comparison with various things, so that she's not confused. I don't think there's anything wrong. My learned friend knew about this table yesterday. She was not in. We stood down the matter yesterday. She could have easily said there is a table that I will be referring to it. May I upload it for the witness to be able to look at it and answer satisfactorily.
But you can hear that she says it's not something new, it's information that is on record. Okay, in any event, I'm going to request, it's fine, Mr. Makani. I'm going to request that you proceed with your cross-examination on other things. Leave the issue of the table. In the meantime, just display, don't display it now. Perhaps as you proceed with your cross-examination, that table can be circulated or emailed to all your colleagues. I don't know. Let me, I think Mr. Van Bergen has also raised his hand. I'll give you the chance, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, I was just thinking that if you can proceed with your cross-examination on other aspects, and then in the meantime, you just email it to everyone. Maybe after the lunch adjournment, then you can proceed with that while everyone is in possession of the document. Can I hear Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. What I want to propose is perhaps a middle road. I know that to deviate from one's planned order of cross-examination can sometimes create a bit of a headache. Equally, I submit it would be appropriate for all the participants to have sight of this document before Ms. Hassan starts cross-examining on it. I see it's now 7 minutes past 11. Might it not perhaps be a solution to take the tea adjournment somewhat earlier And during the tea adjournment, all of us can view the document. I see it has just come in on email.
Okay,
And
it's
then
already
Ms.
there.
Hassan can continue after the tea adjournment.
All right, that's fine. There you are, Ms. Hassan.
As the court pleases, my lady.
I don't think it's a long table. The witness can be able.
I could do it without the table, but it's fine. Let's take the adjournment now.
Okay. Can we, Dr. Manamela? I think you are given the opportunity to look at that table, and then in the meantime, we can take the tea break and resume at 11:30. She can be warned, Mr. Interpreter.
Lebelela letlakala leo o le lebelele table eo. Re tla boa ya teng. O ska o ledišana le motho ka bohlatse bjo ya kwana. Witness one, my lady.
Thank you very much. Court takes a tea adjournment.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mela, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Dr. Manamela, o sala ka fase ga kano akere? Lady.
Hello.
Yes. Noted, my lady.
Continue, Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady.
My lady.
I'll display the table I was referring
to. Say something, can we hear her? I can't see her also. I don't know what's happening. Dr. Manamela, but she comes out after some time. Yes, I heard you wanted to say something.
Tlhompho ke kgopela o feleletsa ka gore ke humane reportation tše le lata gore ke bule ke kgopela 2 minutes 2 to 5 minutes ke feleletse.
Can I be given extra 2 to 5 minutes just to finish off? I received this document very late.
Mr. Makani, okay.
That is correct, my lady. I had to call Miss Sasha to send it to her.
That's fine. Thank you very much, because we waste a lot of time when we say a lot of things. Thank you, Dr. Manamela. You can just say have your time, and then we'll proceed thereafter.
Score, please.
Cells.
Ke a leboga ke re ka tšwela pele.
Yes, we can proceed, my lady.
Yes, are you ready now, Doctor?
Re ka tšwela pele.
Yes, my lady.
Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. So again, just to reiterate that, my lady, I can't really see the witness because it's sort of dark.
It's very dark now, yes. Miss Dr. Manamela, what is happening? You are really, I don't understand now.
Only Swiss, we more long.
You're muted, Dr. Manamela.
Wow, Dr. Manamela.
Ke a kwa le nna ke a bona gore ke mo leswiswing a ke tsebe gore go direile eng reng ke boneng gore nka dire ke eng.
The witness does acknowledge that it's dark where she is, and she doesn't know what is the cause thereof.
Mr. Makani, is there anyone assisting her?
He's attending to it, my lady, Mr. Makani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready, my lady.
Proceed, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if I may then display the table.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, it really is merely an aide memoir. There's a question.
Mr. Pichela.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I just wanted to understand with reference to this report, or this table rather, because it contains summaries that are supposed, like issues such as cause of death on post-mortem.
Can the witness in the meantime step aside? Yes.
And I see that there's been attempts to cross-reference it to case lines and so on. Now, what I'm trying to understand is, whoever compiled this report, is it factual, for one? Because during the testimony of the witness being represented by Ms. Hasim, this report was not introduced. It was not put to us so that we can challenge its veracity. And now we are going to accept it at face value to say that the information that is contained in this report is accurate prior to it being put to this witness. I think that is a step that we need to ascertain. The veracity of the information that is contained in this report, and whether we all agree that it records the information that appears on case lines or whatever the source might have been accurately and correctly, because I feel that is prejudicial to some of my clients, because they were not given the opportunity to comment on the information in this report. That would be my submission. That is all, my lady.
Ms. Hasim.
Lady, as I said, this is merely an aid memoir. It's a summary of what is already contained in the docket. What I could do, and it's meant to assist the witness and the court, what I could do is go one by one to each case line reference where the information is. This is a reproduction in a tabular form of what is on case line. So for example, if we look at line 1, docket number 98, the case line's reference is 6770. So I could go page by page through each of these. It would just take a lot longer. There's nothing that is not common cause, in other words, on this table. It's a summary.
That's previously, before you requested that it be displayed. Mr. Pikela, I see, just by me looking at it, I haven't gone through it, but I can see what Ms. Hasim is referring to. I see there are page numbers on the right-hand side of where the information comes from. I think it's something that you can do at your own time just to check. If there are things that you want to challenge, you can do so when you cross-examine the witness. Because it is not a new report, it's not something compiled from anywhere according to how she puts her submissions. And I don't know whether that is the feeling of all your other colleagues. I see there is a hand by Mr. Martin.
As it pleases your Bishop. Well, I don't think that there's anything particularly objectionable about a summary of what appears in other documents. Whether or not it's an accurate summary is
something else, yes.
So let's say, for example, if we look at line 1, where the cause of death on post-mortem is awaiting histology report, realistically, it could be argued that what should really be stated there is unknown. We don't know. We don't have a histology report, and we don't know when it's ever coming. But that's a debate we can have at another stage. Whether or not the final information that comes has come from a first report or a second report, whether or not it's been sort of cherry-picked in one way, we don't know. But we all of that to the extent that we need to deal with it at a later stage. My only concern is what happens if something is specifically put to this witness now, and she might want to say, look, if I were to look at this total file from start to finish, I might have a different view to what you're putting to me. Whether or not that something like that might happen, I would leave to Mr. Sabara to deal with. But I have no objection to a summary, if I can put it that way.
Do you agree that, as I indicated, that can we just leave her to proceed, and then in case there is something that any of you doesn't agree with in relation as per the instructions of his or her client, then that can be dealt during cross-examination. Mr. Martin?
My lady, I'm happy with that. As long as we can say that this is a summary prepared by one particular interested party and goes no higher than that, I have no objection.
Thank you. Can I hear Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. My comments really overlap with those of Mr. Martin. This document has not been submitted as being definitive of or that the contents is definitive of the truth. It is, as Ms. Hasim has said repeatedly, an aid memoir, and a very useful one, I think, which the parties can verify the contents of and in due course take up with the witness in cross-examination. And if the witness herself wishes to verify any particular issues, such as the case line's cause of death, then I'm sure she will be allowed to do so if she approaches the court to do so. So I would submit that the matter can proceed on the basis that that this document is a document that was prepared on the available evidence and nothing more than that.
Okay.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hasim and then Mr. Pitlela. Or can
Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Just to also say that where it says cause of death, it's not our interpretation of cause of death. It's what is
It's
actually
contained.
written on the relevant document, either the
Okay.
notice of death form or post-mortem report, if there is a post-mortem report. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pihlela?
As court pleases, my lady, in that regard, I don't have a problem with it because my only concern was that it's being presented as being factually correct. And if that is not the case, then I don't have an issue with it.
This is just, I mean, she explained it to say that it's just a summary of the information that is already there. So unless if there is any other information that disputes the contents of what is appearing here. But we take it as is, and then we listen to the cross-examination. In case there is something that you feel that it's not correct, I think you can take it up during cross-examination of the witness.
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay. Mr. van Bergen?
My lady, just one question that arises, and that is whether Ms. Hassan wishes an exhibit number to be allocated to this document.
Okay.
I'm indebted to my colleague. I think it would be useful to have an exhibit number.
Where are our evidence leaders? Are you there? I haven't had any one of them. Perhaps we are proceeding without them, I don't know. Miss Marriott, Mr. Late, are you there?
I am here, my lady.
Okay,
I've
you are
been
very
listening the whole
quiet.
day. Yes, I don't have anything to say at this stage. Nothing to oppose.
Okay.
And yes,
Well, the document, can we name it? Our last exhibit, was it KK6, am I correct?
yes, my lady.
KK7, my lady.
Oh, we have KK7, ne?
Yes.
So we can admit the document as KK8. But remember that it's not yet uploaded.
I'll upload it at the end of the case lines.
Okay, all right. Any objection to the admission of this document as part of the evidence?
None, my lady.
This document that is displayed on the screen, which it's alleged to be a summary of what is on record in relation to the names of the deceased, their deaths, information regarding their deaths, place of death, cause of death, as referred to in the post-mortems. It's admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit KK8.
As your ladyship pleases.
Support, pleases. May the witness come back, my lady?
Yes, I'm just making a note here. Can the witness come back? Dr. Manamela, are you back? Okay, I don't know what's happening because you don't reflect immediately. There is a miss, is it Mbata? I don't know who's appearing there. If you can just remove yourself from here because I think that is interfering with the system here because I can't see Dr. Manamela.
Columns in particular, and that's column A and H.
ke a le
A and
bona.
H.
That's correct.
Yes, my lady. Yes, I can see that.
In other words, column A is the sequential numbering of the deaths in order of date of death. Date of death is in column H. Do you see that?
Date ya mafu ke leng ko column H. Jale column A ke mafu ka go latelana ga ona. Bye.
Ke a e bona.
Yes.
Ke a e bona fela ke kopa o kwishisha.
Can I be made to understand? I can see this, but can I be made to understand the following?
Ka o latelana o ra re ke lehu le le tlhaile la mathomo wa tla la bobedi la boraro jwale.
Go column A.
Go column A.
Is that a proper understanding what I'm having, that in column A, you can see there's written 1. It means that's the first death, and then the next number, which is number 2, that's the second death, and so on. Is that my understanding?
That is correct.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So if you look down on the table, and if we go all the way to the 5th of August, it'll take you to number 60 in death order.
The 5th of August.
Yes, my lady, but if you just scroll down to number 60.
It's not scrolling. I can scroll on my other.
Can you ask the person who has displayed the document, scroll it down, please?
O tla bona ge tloga go di 5 tša August e ya fase wa go fitla mo go 60 jale a e bontšhe mo.
Lady, Ms. Stevenson has scrolled down, but it's not, doesn't seem to be working.
Number 60, yes, there it is. But the date is the 4th of August.
4th of August. So in other words, by the time of the report of 5 August 2016 that we were referring to earlier, which recorded 23 deaths at NGOs and at Cullinan, in fact, there were 60 deaths.
Come again?
What's it?
Yes, continue, Mr. Interpreter.
What's mahu a tlhagileng ke 60 ya mahu ge o lebelela letšatši le le latela go le wela di 4 tša August o bolela ge be le di 5 tša August ka 2015.
Do you see that, Dr. Manuela?
Oh, a se bona seo.
Ke a se bona.
Yes.
In other words, by this date, can we use the date of the 4th of August? By the 4th of August, there were 60 days, as at the date of the 4th of August, or whatever you call it, either the 4th or the 5th.
E ka ba di 4 goba di 5 fela re šomiše date ya di 4 tša August. Ka go fitlheleng ga date ya di 4 tša August, batho ba tlhokofetše ka moka e be le 60.
Ke a e bona.
Yes, I can see that.
And if you were to look just at the month of July, and that begins at number, 1st of July begins at number 28.
So, I'll level column A go number 28. We are go column H. Thoma bjale ka July thoma mowe mo dating ngwadile mo ya di 1st tša July. Wa e bona?
Ke a e bona.
Yes.
And the last date in July, the last death in July is at number 56.
Oh, number 56. O lebelela mo ga ya ka thoko le hula mafelelo o lebella mo column H le direge ka date ya 28 ya July. Ke yona date ya mafelelo ya July ya 2016. Yes.
That means there were 29 deaths in the month of July alone.
Se bolela hore batho ka moka ba tlhokofetse mo kgweding ya July fela e tee fela ya July. E be le batho ba 29. Yes, I can see that.
But in August, there's a question, my lady.
Yes, Mr. van Bergen.
My lady, I'm sorry that I'm interrupting again, and I don't know if it's only my problem, but the table that was sent to me differs from the one that is being displayed. I don't know if other parties also have the same issue.
I haven't seen the table yet, but can we verify? Because obviously, if we are dealing with this as a different thing, it will create problems here.
Mr. van Bergen, there are two sheets on this Excel table. And the one that we're looking at now is by death date. So I'm just wondering if you're looking at the correct sheet in the Excel spreadsheet.
Let me just have I'll open it again. The spreadsheet I have let me just the order of persons appearing differs. It starts with Christopher Makoba.
Yes.
And
that's okay. Sorry, that's because you're looking at the table that's organized by NGO. So if you see just next to that, there's another sheet called by death date.
I'm sorry. Okay, we're all on the same page, literally now. My apologies, my lady.
Nelisiwe, did you send me the documents? Because I'm looking at my emails now. But I think the problem has been sorted, isn't it?
My lady Nelisiwe has left to the other office. I think she's busy with that exercise.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we can proceed as long as you have found each other. Can we then proceed?
Please.
Is there, before we proceed, is there anyone experiencing problems with regard to the document that is being displayed here?
Ba nka bolela le nna my lady ye ke itshwereng ke ye nngwe se e le mo. Only one ye rometšeng mo go nna.
Only one that has been sent to me. I'm also encountering problems with this document, my lady. It's not the same as the one displayed is not the same as the one that I have in front of me.
Mr. Makanyike. She found it.
By death date.
She says she has found it. Am I correct, Mr. Dr. Manamela?
Yes.
Correct, my lady.
Okay. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Ms. Asim.
As the court pleases. So Dr. Manamela, I was saying that if you look at the deaths in July, we've already looked at that. There were 29 deaths in the month of July alone.
July ka moka ga feletse ke makgwa 29.
Yet in the August report,
report ya August,
this number of deaths is not reported.
Nomoro ya wafu ai gona.
ke dumela gore ko KK3 nomoro ya bafui hona.
I believe that the number of deaths, it is depicted in the document KK3. However,
number a e lekane le ka mokgo go bolelwang go ba ke re e ka no se lekane e ka ba e le nyane.
However, that number differs. It could be less than the number that has been depicted already.
Dr. Manamela, we looked at page 20856. We've already seen that there are deaths that are reported there, but there are only, and I'll repeat, 23 deaths recorded for NGOs and Cullinan together. But in fact, there were 60 deaths by the time of that report from the department.
Fella, well, very level to go page 20856. Revono more modulo ebele mahwai 23 adra getting go the NGO le go Cullinan Care. Fella wotse re mahwa feletse ke mahu I 60 go ya ka department.
O ya ka department
Can council repeat that part of where council mentions the department? What about the department?
This is your report. We've looked at this report quite a number of times when Mr. Hodis was questioning you. And the numbers of deaths are page 20856. This is dated, the report is dated 5 August 2016. It's exhibit KK 6.
Well, report here, advocate Hodis. Uile shuma na leo na luena about which the putisho gayon. Level la mo 20856. E bolela ka nomoro ya balwetse ba ileng ba tlhokofala. Ke report ya August 2016. Ke document ele ba bitsang ke KK6.
Do you follow Dr. Manamela?
Ka ba o latela se bua se ba go botsa sona.
Ke a ikwa putisho nka fumana motsotswana ke boele ko 18256 a ke ganane le se ba se bolelang go mo.
Can I just give an opportunity to go to 18256? I do not dispute what has been put to me just now.
You are referred to 20856, not 1856.
Okay.
Well, tlakala gona se 18256 ke 20856.
Okay, my apology. I'll go to that.
Is this?
Ke a e bona.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, so in other words, you don't dispute that there were 60 deaths.
Kama jua manga o ganetše wena gore mahu a ba le gona e be le a 60
by 4 August 2016.
ka di 4 tša August 2016.
A ke ganetše le ge ke sa bona a ke ganetše ka gore ke gona di-date di gona ke ganetše.
Yes, I do not dispute that because the dates speak for themselves.
And you confirm that you didn't report on that number of deaths on 5 August.
Fela wa dumela re ka di 5 tša August ga o sanka wena ge o dira report ka mahu wa reporta ka yona nomoro ye nngwe ya bahu ba ile gore ba tlhokofetše.
Mo ke tla re a se ke report ka yona ka ba ka fatlhela ge ba ke a dumelelwa a se ke report this number.
Yes, I agree, but
ko gona ko KK3 ge ke gopola be a le 41 mara a itshwenye a still a lekane le ye mara ke nyaka go fatlhela jwale.
Emanyane, yes, if one considers KK3, the number of deaths were 41. They still do not come to the number that has been put forth to me. But I can further enlarge by saying
mahu ka moka beng re a reporter re be re fiwa ke di district go ya ka di NGO tše di reportileng.
All the deaths that we have reported, those deaths were given, the number of deaths were given to us by the district, yeah.
So re a ke re
nna le ka di NGO, ka di NGO tšwela pele go tloga moo.
Okay, ke re district di be di hwetša ko NGO ngakere.
Now these numbers, as for the district, they got these numbers from the NGOs.
Le rena ka ge re na le manager wa di NGO le yena o ile a kgopela gore a re humanele di numbers.
We also had a manager who was managing the NGOs. That manager was also tasked to get the numbers for us.
Ene jwale ge di fitla mo go nna ge ke swanetše go ngwala report.
When these numbers were given to me at the time when I was supposed to compile a report,
ke ngwala ka mokgwa ba boletšeng.
What is contained in the report is exactly what has been reported.
Ke be ke sena lebaka la gore mohlomongwe a ba mpotše la go ba dauta.
I did not have any reason to doubt the information that they had provided to me.
Ka gore mengwaga ka mengwaga ke le ka mo department ke bona bentse ba mpha ditaba.
Because for all these years while I was working in the department, they are the people that have been giving me information.
Yes, continue, Mr. Sim.
Dr. Manamela, this was an unusual project, was it not?
On a project, dear Dr. Manamela, it was a project. I was on the project. Correct.
And when deaths were reported to you, whatever number they were, did you follow up on where the deaths happened and why?
Kana go reporter mahu le ge le ke ebele a makae ula wa shala taba gona morago go nyakisha re nkane go ne mahu a makalo. Yes, I did.
What did you do?
O dirile?
Ke šetše ke boletše gore ke kgopetše gore ba di bote ba yo ntšhekela gore na mahu a.
I did mention already that I had asked members of the board to go and investigate for me
a ka ba e le a direya ka mabaka feng
to go and investigate as to what was the cause of these deaths.
ka ba ka kgopela di-district coordinators
I further asked the district coordinators
ba di-5 district tša Gauteng.
These district coordinators were those that were based in 5 districts in Gauteng.
Gore le bona ba re checkele gore o direya eng
So that they also equally can investigate as to what was happening.
ka ba ka kgopela team ya ka ya ko mental health directorate
I further asked my team from mental health directorate
gore le bona ba re thushe gore e ka ba o direya eng
that they also should assist in investigating as to what was happening.
When did you make this request?
Kgopelo tše o di dirile neng goba kgopelo o e dirile neng?
ge ke seno thoma go kwa ka maho a mabedi a ileo a direya ko Esidimeni.
When I first heard about the 2 deaths that had taken place at Esidimeni,
ka lemoga gore go ra gore mahu ka moka re a nyakišiše.
that's when then I came to realize that we need to investigate all the deaths.
Le ka gore ke sona se be re fela re se dira le pele re terminate.
And also, this is what we were doing all along, even before the termination.
Okay, and when did you say you made this request when you found out about the death at Esidimeni, and what date was that?
Wena o ile wa dira kgopelo ya ge o thoma go kwa ka mahu a le mabedi a ko Esidimeni e be le date efe?
Nkano eba nka fiwa nako ya go checka di date nka checka mara ke gopola gabotse gore e ka no ba na mo July or end of June some hona mo mara
unless I'm given time to go through the documents and check the exact date. But what I can say is that it was round about July end of June.
That was when you investigated all of the NGOs.
NGO kamoka.
Awa.
No.
Ke re go nyakišišwe gore na mahu ale a mabedi le a mangwe a latetšeng ka morago a tlhotše ke eng?
No, it is at the time when those 2 deaths were reported and the other deaths thereafter. That's when I said that there must be an investigation as to what was the cause.
Dr. Manamela, I put it to you that no investigation took place until the Ombud intervened. What is your response to that?
O nyaka go botsa a gona dinyakišo tše ileng tša dirwa go fihlela mo ombudsman a ileng a tsenelela gona.
Yewe a se nnete nka re ka lunch ka lenyakela report ye board e rile o fetša ya mpha yona.
No, that is not true. I can get down to business and check a report that was given by the board in this regard.
And if we were to, just for the sake of the record and completeness, you said in 30 September 2016, which is your KK3, by then, after these investigations had been taking place, you reported 41 deaths That's the one that you accept is signed by you. You said 41, but can you see that the actual number by 30 September 2016 is 88?
Or wena ka mora report ga se bjale go dirilwe dinyakišišo go ya ka seo se se ngwadileng ko KK3 ore mafu a tlhagile be le a 41 ebile wena wa e signa report eo fela botse ge o lebelela ka di 30 tša September a re fita mo dating ya di 30 tša September mafu ka moka a beng a tlhageletše be le 88 ka moka.
A ke ganane le yona ka ge ke boletše gore ke be ke reporta ka mahu a ke beng ke a filwe.
Yes, I do not dispute that. I've already said that what I was reporting upon, I was reporting based on the information that was provided to me.
Ene le gona mohlomongwe seo mohlomongwe ke tla re le team ye e be reporter mohlomongwe e be isa lemoga gabotse.
E sa lemoga
gabotse.
A ke go kwešiša sa lemoga eng gabotse?
E sa lemoga gore na report e tshwanetse e thome kae.
Maybe also the reporting team did not actually realize as to when or from when was this report was supposed to commence.
Ene le gore e swanetše e be dipetlele le di NGO fela goba le ba ba tlhokofetšeng ko life mohlomongwe tšewe di be di sika.
And that also they were also not aware that the death that had taken place in the hospitals and NGOs were also supposed to be reported.
Just wait, please.
Apology, my apology.
Including those at life Esidimeni.
Le gore mohlomongwe le ho kwešiša gore na re reporta go thoma ka kgwedi efe e ka ba e dirile.
And that also they did not appreciate that from which month were we supposed to start reporting on these deaths.
Ka gore ge re na re be re a reporta go bile le a ile a direya ko life Esidimeni pele re tšea balwetši ka moka.
Le tšea le amogela balwetši.
Pele re ntšha balwetši ko life o na le ba bangwe ba ile ba tloa ba re šia.
And that at the time when we were busy reporting on these deaths, and there were other deaths that also took place at life Esidimeni.
And May le June, na re be re lokela, I think ke ile ka May le ka June fela.
Le lokela
re ba include
ka May le June fela. The deaths that we included were for the month of May and June.
Mola ile gore report ye e loketše le ba re šileng ka bo November bo December.
Whereas this report also contained the number of deaths that had occurred in November and December.
So e ka ba mo ongwe e le e nngwe e khositseng gore di-number tša rena ge re fa umbatsi or ge re ngwala report.
This could be the cause as to why our numbers at the time when we were writing a report and also when we were providing information to the ombudsman,
Di se ke tša tshwana mohlomongwe.
that these numbers could not tally. This could be one of the reasons.
So, Dr. Manamela, you didn't follow up with each individual patient that was transferred to monitor their progress.
Ga le ka ba la latelela goba la dira di follow up ka patient ye nngwe le ye nngwe e beng e transferilwe or le kwa e te kwa bjang yona.
Di follow up di be di dirwa le ge ile gore be di sa dire ke nna SA director.
Follow-ups were done, although they were not done by myself as a director.
Go tshwana le ge immediately ka di 11 or di 3 tša July.
Immediately
2016.
after the 11th or the 3rd of July,
Ga re fetša go ntšha balwetši ko Life Esidimeni.
after we had removed the patients from Life Esidimeni,
Ke ile ka kgopela team ya ka gore e ye ko di NGO-ong e re checkele balwetši.
I requested my team to go to the NGOs and to go there and check on the patients.
Mola dipetlele tšona di tseba or di be di reporta le bona.
Whereas the hospitals, they also were reporting
Kgwedi ka kgwedi status sa balwetši.
every month. They were reporting on the status of the patients.
Dr. Manamela, I'll return to this later. I put it to you that each individual patient was not followed was not followed after they were transferred from Life Esidimeni, meaning they were not followed to make sure that they were what their condition was.
A go bjalo a sanka direga ntho o dire di follow up ka patient ye nngwe le nngwe ge ba fetša go tlošwa kwa Life Esidimeni gore ba botse re wa ka ba go bjang dilo di sepela botse a sanka direga ntho.
A se nnete se council a se bolelang.
That is not true, council.
Le bona mo balwetši ba beng ba le gona.
Because at the places where these patients were housed,
Bao ba ba tlhokomelang ba be ba ba checka ka letšatši ka letšatši.
those that were taking care of them, they checked on them on a daily basis.
Ga se department, a se mental health directorate gore
O nyaka gore ga se mošomo wa o nyaka gore ga go kwešiša.
inaka gore e be se maikarabelo fela a mental health directorate.
I want to say that
Gore
I want to say that it was not only the responsibility of the mental health directorate.
gore ba re mamang o kae mamang o kae.
A ke go kwešiša.
Ore a ke re mohlala ge ba ke magabo ko kalafong ba ka se fihle ba re magabo mo kae.
It was not their responsibility, like, for example, let's say if a particular person was at Kalafo for them to go there and say, where is this particular person? That was not their responsibility.
batho ba ka moo ke bona ba tla re ge ba bona o mongwe o ka re o a tlhakatlhakana ba ba botša
Ba botša mang?
ba botša ba mental health directorate bao ke ba kgopetšego.
Those people, those officials where these patients were being cared for, they are the ones that were supposed to report to mental health if there were any problems that they were picking up with a particular patient.
And ba mental health ba tlo e reporta mo go nna.
In turn, the mental health directorate would then report such a matter to me.
Jwale ke sona se sileng sa direga.
That is what happened.
I see. And you didn't yourself investigate when you heard about the deaths. You didn't yourself do any investigation.
Wena o sanka wa tswa wena ka bo wena wa go nyakishisha ka nako bo kwa ka mafu a bang a tlhagelela. E go ba awa.
Awa.
A sanka wa ilo nyakishisha wena ka bo wena.
Asanka kaya.
Yes, I did not go to investigate.
Thank you. Just one last question, sorry, Dr. Manamela, before I move up the deaths, the number of deaths. The former MEC, Ms. Mahlangu, was asked to respond to a question regarding the deaths in the provincial legislature. And she did so on the 13th of September 2016. Do you remember?
Uila uchichwa kwa o legislature ya Gauteng province MEC mabapi le mafu a ba tlhagile a ileng a tswelela e bele ka di 13 tša September 2016.
Ke a tseba gore o ile reporta nka no ba ke se sa le shoka date mara ke tla itšea yona eo a e bolelang.
I'll accept that date, although I'm not sure about it, but I'll accept that date. I know about it. She did report.
Right. And who provided the MEC with the information on the deaths, the number of deaths?
Ke ba nga ba fa MEC information mabapi le nomoro ya batho ba beng ba tlhokofala.
Ge o nyakea se sengwe le se sengwe re lebelela di area tše di re dirago mošomo o.
Tše di be di dira mošomo o.
O tla bo kgopelwa.
If any information was needed, we would then go to that particular area and approach the people that were doing the job at that area.
Dr. Manamela, before that explanation, I'm sorry to interrupt. The question is simple. Who gave the MEC information about the deaths? These are the deaths that council has been talking to you about. Who gave Ms. Mahlangu, the former MEC, that information? Do you know? If you just say it is this person or it is this department, then we lay it to rest, please.
Okay.
We go lengo ya gabe ke manga fileng MEC information ka makwa.
Information e ngwadilwe ke nna ka e romela go HOD I romela go MEC ke di.
I am the one that compiled. I'm the one that compiled this information. And after its compilation, I then sent it to the HOD. And the HOD in turn forwarded it to the MEC.
Le nna ke compile ke humane go ba bang gore ke nna ke compiling.
And as I was compiling this information, it did not originate from me. I also received it from some other quarters.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for that. The former MEC reported to the legislature on the 13th of September 2016 that there were 36 deaths, which information we know came from you. now, but in fact, by that date, there were 84 deaths, if you have a look at the table.
O tla nyaka go lebelele table le mafelelong ka tšatši le we botsebotse go be go na le mahu a 4 MEC go bjalo ka tšo re boditše ko eta o mo romeletseng information ye we ka di 13 tša September 2016 e be bolela gore mahu a diragetšeng e be ile a 36 bala re tseba botsebotse ga o lebelela table mahu a ba le 4.
No, just before she responds, did you say there were 4 deaths or 84?
84.
84. Sorry, thank you, my lady. 84.
Ke ka mokgwa ke bolelang gore mahu a be ke a ngwala le nna ke humana ko di districting ke šetše ke tlhalositše.
I've already explained that also that information pertaining to the number of deaths, it did not originate from me. I also received that information from the districts.
Le bona ba re humana go tšwa go di NGOs.
And they also dependent on the NGOs for info.
So, Dr. Malamela, in your August report and KK3, the September report, we saw that your response to the concerns while these deaths were happening, your response to the concerns by SADAG and all the other organizations was that it was just negative media.
When I got reported level go KK3 ya August le yela ya September report ya gona ge wa araba wena o araba se se be se bolela ke ba le ba di organization jela tše dingwe go swana le SADC le tše dingwe wena o arabile ka gore aowa ye e be le tsela ye nngwe ya go le totša maraga fela ke bona ba isa ba SADC le ba ba.
That
is what I said.
Okay, thank you. And then if we were to look at those reports, by then you had also been warned, apart from SADAG and the civil society organizations, you'd also been warned and concerns had been raised by experts in mental health. Isn't that so?
Ibile ka nako be se tšea lona ba le lemošitše ka ntle le se be se bolela ke SADC le ba bang ba le lemošitše ka mathata ba le gona ke bo re a tseba mo mošomong wona wa lena the experts.
Ke a gopola ba be ba romela di concern.
Yes, I remember they were sending across the concerns.
But you don't report on these in KK6 or KK3.
Fela the concern tše we wena ga o report ka tšona a di gona mo go KK6 le KK3.
Ke tla bolela gore report e ngwadilwe ka jwale ka summary e le overall ya summary e be sai go each and every point indeed ka botlalo.
I would say that the report was just a summary overall report. It did not address every particular point in detail.
But you received many complaints from experts about the transfer of patients from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. Isn't that so?
Le ile la khwetsa di-complaint tse dintši go tšwa go bo re a tseba ka go transferiwa ga di-patient go tloga go Life Esidimeni go ya go di-NGO a go bjalo.
Re ile ra humana di-consent tše dintši.
Yes, we did. We received many complaints.
Thanks.
Consents and complaints.
And complaints as well.
And these were from experts, some who were employed by the department.
The concerns and the complaint tše dintši tše di be di tšwa go di-expert tše le gore tše ding tša tšona di be di thwetšwe mošomong ke department di be di šomela department.
Go bjalo ba bangwe ba be ba šomela department.
Correct.
And you recall your evidence in chief, you spoke about the policy, the mental health strategic framework, policy framework rather, that entailed a reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni of 200 a year.
Really, wa gopola gore boditše ka mental health policy framework e be le gore e bolela ka go fokotšwa ga mepeto e ka bang 200 ngwaga le ngwaga kua Life Esidimeni.
Go bjalo.
Yes.
And that was before the contract was terminated with Life Esidimeni in September 2015, correct?
E be le pele ga contract e ka terminatiwa ka September 2015 go bjalo.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
And even then, when the plan was to reduce the patients at Life Esidimeni by 200 a year, even then, the clinicians raised concerns. Isn't that so?
The last part, Council? The clinicians, okay, thanks. Le ge go le bjalo go be go swanetše go fokotšwe mepete ka bang 200 ngwaga le ngwaga fela ba le bo re a tseba mabapi le go lwala ga balwetši ba tšwetše pele go tlhagiša matshwenyego a bona a go bjalo.
Ke gopola matshwenyego ba tlhaišitše ge o ediwa 20%.
I remember that they raised concerns when there was an addition of 20%, which was made.
Yona policy e be e tšwa go Gauteng
Okay. Can we look at what they told you on 28 April 2015? And you'll find the letter to you at page 30219.
A re bone gore matshwenyego a ba bolela ka ona ke a feng. E be le ka di 28 tša April 2015 lebelela letlakala le leuwe 30219. Ile lengwalo la gona memorandum ya gona ke emo e ngwadilwe le gore no e ta mo go wena e romeletswe mo go wena Dr. Manamela. Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. Do you remember this letter was put to you by Mr. Hodis?
Wa gopola Advocate Orders. O wontšhitše lona lengwalo le ka nako a ba go tšha dipotšišo.
Ke a le gopola lengwalo le.
I remember, yes.
So we don't need to read the whole thing. I'd like to just point out certain aspects to you. First of all, the purpose, just to remind ourselves, the purpose, according to the clinicians, was to outline serious concerns relating to the reduction of beds and to request an urgent meeting with the MEC, Ms. Mahlangu, to discuss these concerns.
Lebaka le ntlha thito ya lengwalo le wa e bona ba engwadile mo le o re ka se bolele ka lengwalo le ka moka o tla do tsopola mola le mola fela ba nyaka meeting le MEC o re go bolele ka yona ntwe ya go fokotšwa ga mepeto. Yes, I hear that.
Thank you. So if you turn over to 30220, the next page. First of all, in the first paragraphs, in the first paragraph that starts delegates at the meeting were alarmed to learn of this plan. Now this is, remember, before the termination project. Even before.
Project ela ya termination ge go bolelwa ka se se bolela mo batho ba ba le mo meeting a wa se ba se kweleng mo meeting o se be se tshosha ka kudu e ba kwa ka plan e ya lena.
Okay, plan council a ka kgona go itlhalosa ga botse ke krele o re ke page mang ke kgona go bona ga botse.
30220.
220. The subject, we've looked at this letter before, it's about the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni.
Ke ile ga bolela ka ntwe go ba go bolelwa ka yona mo e be e tlhobaetša e be le ya go fokotšwa ga mepeto ko Life Esidimeni 200.
And it's displayed on the screen, Dr. Manamela. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Yes, I can see it.
Mara ino thoma ka delicate ke gopela gore ke check ga botse ka mo gore e reng ka re mo ke no bona e re delicate ke dilo tše ntši nka se di gopole ka nako tšohle.
It starts by delegates, so I want to read it in context. There are many things, so I cannot remember all of them.
Okay, we looked at the first page, which was the purpose. The delegates, if you look at 30219 under paragraph 2 background, the delegates were those at this meeting between the Mental Health Directorate, a representative from Life Esidimeni, and the managers and psychiatrists from the psychiatric hospitals, psychiatric units in the central hospitals, as well as community psychiatric services. Meeting was held on 4 March 2015. So that's the context. Do you see that?
Delegates. Ya go botša mo paragraph 2 e bolela ka di-delegates e bolela ka bomang ke batho ba batlile meeting ke ba mental health directorate ke yona directorate ya gago yona e le ba emetseng Life Esidimeni ba le gona le ba psychiatric hospitals ba le gona ka moka ke ba mo ba bangwetše ba bangwadile mo meeting o bo swere ka di 4 tša March mo ngwageng wa 2015.
Yes,
just
a second. She requests the opportunity to look at the document. I see it's now almost 10 to 1. I think we can break and just give her the opportunity. I've just checked the letter, it's about 5 pages. If she can go through that, and then we proceed with it when we resume.
O tla fuwa nako re bjale o matlakala wa fetle ka botse ka ke matlakala mahlano ka moka.
ha o ne molato o lokile.
I would appreciate that, my lady.
Yes, the witness can be warned and the court will take a lunch adjournment. And
Sa
we'll also-
lantsheng o ska boledišana le batho le ge ka ba ba le dilo ya ge tša o ska boledišana le tšona ka molato re a kwana.
Ya kwešiša.
Witness one, my lady.
Thank you, court agents, for lunch.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
social work.
Yes, we have now reconstituted. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Dr. Maname. So reminded, Malik.
Proceed, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Manamela, you've read the letter again. The important point of this letter is that the clinical heads of the various hospitals in Gauteng, the psychiatric units, told you that even in well-resourced countries, the number of patients that are kept in institutions is higher than South Africa. Isn't that so?
Wow, what did you say? Lego ma felonga mang go ba di country tse ding tse tswetseng pele nomoro ya balwetse e ka godimo go feta ye ya mo South Africa. Yes, I can see that.
And they told you, they referred to, research from international experience, and they said that community health service must first be expanded before you can transfer patients to community NGOs. Isn't that so?
Oh, we are ba le seboditse ka ona tsela mafelo a di community a swanetse pele a godishwe pele le ka isha balwetse kwa go ona ebile sewe ba se tšea mo go se diragalang mafaseng a tswetseng pele le research ya bona ba e dirilego. I can see that, yes.
And perhaps most important in this letter is they warn you that the decision will have a devastating, in their words, devastating impact on the health and social well-being of mental health care users. Isn't that so?
Ebile gape ba ile ba le botša ba le tlhokomediša ntwe le be le nyaka o e dira e tla ba le ditlamorago tsa go se kgatliše ka kudu mo go balwetse.
They warn me or department.
Yes, I hear when council says that they warned, they gave a warning. I want just to be clear, were they warning me in person or the department?
You, warning you, doctor.
Ba tlhokomediša lena, doctor.
How do you warn a person that decision as I did?
Now, I would answer that by saying, how do you warn a person about the decision that they did not take?
My apology to use English. Sorry.
First of all, Dr. Manamela, this letter was addressed to you as the head of the Mental Health Directorate, and because your directorate was responsible for implementing the decision.
Lengwalo le lebe lengwaletše wena. Ebile gape ke lena le ba le swantše bjale le dire mošomo wa direga. Lena bjale ka tlhogo ya Mental Health Directorate.
Ke a le bona le ngwaletše nna e fela nka bolela se sengwe.
Yes, I can see that it was directed to me. But can I say something?
Le pele re bolela ka re pele re ya break ke boletše gore ba be ba responda o extra 20%.
Even before we adjourned for lunch, I said that they were responding to that aspect of the extra 20%.
Ke no re e notiwe yona eo le gore le ge ba ngwaletše nna re ka mokgo government e berekang ka gona ga se gore e ba ngwaletše nna e ra gore ke nna ke le tee as a person ke swantše ke stope or maybe ke realo ke stope contract termination.
Now, I just wanted that to be noted. Let me explain how government works. Even if that letter is being addressed to me, it does not mean that I, as a person, should stop that contract. It was not addressed to me in my personal capacity.
Ke ka mo le na le CC go ba bangwe ba bagolo mo go nna ba bararo ke boletše gore ke nna the 4th level go tloa go MEC ke the 5th level.
The 5th level?
No, the 5th level go tloa go MEC, the 4th level go tloa go HOD.
That is why those that have been CC'd, my seniors who have been CC'd, and I said that I'm the 4th level from the HOD and the 5th level from the MEC.
Ka be ke ba botša gore lengwalo le ke a le kwešiša fela le.
I told them that I acknowledge the contents of that letter. However,
le redirectiwe go MEC ka re ba nyaka meeting le ena.
However, they must redirect they must redirect that letter to the MEC, because according to its contents, they are seeking to have a meeting with the MEC.
Dr. Manamela, that you've spoken before about the way government works and these things. I'd prefer it if you didn't repeat evidence and just answer the questions. I'm just concerned a bit about time. I don't want to curtail you, obviously, but please try to answer the question. Now,
government re kwešišitše ka mokgwa o bo tlhaloša ka gona fela o re mo a botšišang potšišo gona e do araba potšišo thui o se ka boeletša seo se boletšego re kitimiša nako mo.
A ke ganane le eo le yena a botšiše dipotšišo tše di leng relevant to my level as a director.
I do not disagree with that, but council must also ask questions that are relevant to my level as a director.
If I may jet in, Dr. Manamela, I just want to warn you that if you don't understand something, you must, through the interpreter, ask the question to be repeated to you.
Re o sa kwešiše go nentse o sa ikwešiše goba pušo o sa ikwešiše o do bolela ke toloke namile ba go tlhatollela yo.
You're not here to ask council questions. You are the one who must answer questions as posed by council and the court.
Mošomo wa gago mo ke go di araba dipotšišo tšeo o botsitšwago tsona. Ge o botšiwa ke council o araba, ge o botšiwa ke kgoro o araba, ga o botše dipotšišo.
Ke a leboga.
And please respect council. You can't tell council that this is relevant and this is not relevant. Please.
O wantšhe tlhompho o ka se botše council gore ye ke relevant ye a irrelevant o tseba mošomo wa gage council.
Ke a kwešiša.
I understand, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, you said you agreed with the contents of this letter, right?
O dumelana le se ngwadileng mo lengwalong le ake?
Ke a dumela.
Yes.
And the concerns that were raised in this letter, for example, that the communities don't have the capacity to absorb so many mental health care users. Those concerns, were they addressed? Did the capacity improve before December 2015?
Bothata bo ba bolaetša mo gore di-communities tše yo swantše bjale di godišwe pele go ka amogelwa balwetši. E ka ba bothata bo bule ba lokišwa goba ba rarabololwa pele ga December 2015.
Re ile ra leka go bo rarolla.
Yes, we tried to address those concerns.
How did you do that?
Re botše le lekile bjang?
Re lekile gore ge nako ya go terminate e tla e be gore re gopetše di-NGO tše di nago le tša rena tša kgale.
We tried that at the time when the time of termination arrived. We asked for the NGOs together with our old NGOs
Gore ba re fe gore ba na le mepete e mekae
that they
le
should give
gore
us the number of beds that they had and
ba ba nyakang go expanda a ke reng go oketša
and that those who wanted to expand,
le bona ba re botse
they should also then give us that information.
le rena ra leka gore re leke go lebella gore dipetlele tšeo di nago le di-ward.
We also tried to look at the hospitals that had wards
tšeo di bego di sa šomišwe.
When I say wards, I mean the unused wards.
Di ka renovatiwa gore di ka lokišwa gore di tle di šomišwe jwale ka di-NGO.
That such wards would be renovated in order to be utilized as NGOs.
Mola tše dingwe
we have that evidence of that's part of the idea, that was the plan. That wasn't really the question, but I'm going to move on. We can take
yes.
We can I take it from what you said earlier that you did not respond to this letter from the doctors.
lengwalo le la bo doctor ke le arabile ka meeting ka gore ke be ke swara di meeting le bona.
The concerns contained in this letter, I responded to them in a meeting because I sat with these doctors in the meetings.
Ka nako yeo bo council ba tla gopola gore re be re se tshirantšha MEC a ke re HOD o be a se tshirantšha termination letter.
Council will remember that at that time, the HOD had not released a termination letter by that time.
Lengwalo la bona be ba lengwadile ba responda go extra 20% ya 200 beds.
This letter, when they wrote it, it was to respond to that aspect of the the extra 20% of 200 beds.
Ka gore be re tshwara di-meeting ka weekly le bona ya o lokišetša 200 bed reduction.
Because we were holding meetings with them every week to make preparations for 200 bed reduction.
Ke ba advice ka gare ya meeting o gore ba ye ba ngwalele MEC lengwalo ka gore be ba sa mosisia mola.
I advised them in that meeting, the meeting that we held, that they should write a letter to the MEC, because in the letter that they had sent to me, she was not CC'd.
Ke ka mokgwa ke ileng ka ba araba.
That is the manner in which I responded to them.
Okay, thank you. Can we turn then to page 18312?
Yeah, I'm on page 18312.
And this is a letter from SASOP, the South African Society of Psychiatrists. It's dated June 2015. It's addressed to the MEC. You are copied amongst other people. And you've seen this letter before, haven't you?
June 2015.
Yes. And so again, this is, to confirm what you said, this is now June 2015. These concerns were being raised about the 20% bed reduction. This is not even yet the point at which the contract was terminated. It became much worse, but at this point, it was just the 20% that they were concerned with, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. So the key parts of the letter, as you would know, firstly, is that it warned that mental health care users who require placement in chronic 24-hour facilities do so because of the severity of their psychiatric disorder and their level of functioning and inability to live independently. Do you agree?
I agree.
And this letter, like the one before it, says that the community-based residential facilities are not equivalent to the Life Esidimeni centers in staffing or equipment. Do you agree?
Community, yes, I agree.
In fact, the words in this letter, the doctors say, and I quote, they are, meaning the community NGOs, they are non-profit organizations run by lay people who have an interest in caring for the mentally ill. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
They also highlight to you that the community mental health services, so now this is not the NGOs, this is the district services for mental health. They say the community mental health services are still severely undeveloped and unable to support the current demand. Do you agree?
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
So this letter of June, did you respond to the doctors? In writing. Let me be specific. Did you respond in writing?
Ge ba ke bona botse ke bona o ka re ke di-minutes a ke sure gore ke missitše date.
I'm not so very sure whether I've
thuswa
missed the
gona
dates.
mo.
According to me, it's like these are minutes.
Gore ke nna ke botšeng mo wrong.
Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong document altogether.
Can I nka thušiwa ka
Which page are you, Dr. Manamela?
What paging I think, Dr. Banaman?
ke lebelela 18308.
18308.
But you were referred to 18312. That's the letter we're dealing with.
183.
Page here, religion gonna get 18312.
Okay, ke fetetse pele. My apology.
My
Ke a
apology.
le bona.
It looks like I went further afield. Yes, I can see that. I can see the letter.
And you said you agreed with the contents of this letter.
O rile o dumelana le se ngwadilwe mo lengwalong leo akere?
A wa se ke ganane le sona.
I never placed that in dispute.
And did you respond to the doctors in writing?
O ile wa araba ka go ngwala ka go fana ka karabo lengwalo le wena?
Awa lengwalo le ngwaletšwe MEC.
No.
Le bona.
This letter was addressed to the MEC.
Le bona ke be ke tshwara di-meeting le bona.
I also held meetings with them. Mafelelong o rileng a ka go kwa botse? Mo tshwara di-meeting le bona?
Le bona kgwedi ka kgwedi.
I held meetings with them every month.
Who is them, Dr. Manamela?
Ke bo mang le bona?
Tshwarelo ke bona ba SASOP ba ba ngwadileng lengwalo le.
When I say them, I'm referring to the people from SASOP, the ones that have written this letter.
Okay. All right. So we'll come to your meetings, but you didn't respond in writing to them, did you?
Se o sa di taba di meeting tsa lena fela wena a sanka wa araba lengwalo le o la araba ka go ngwala lengwalo le wena go bjalo?
Awa nna se ke ngwale lengwalo.
Yes, I did not.
Can you turn to page 37670?
O ka mo letlakale le 37670.
Now, here again, this is
Just a second,
from
Mr. Sim. Let her get the page.
Ke humane
37670.
Yes.
Just ensure that you are on the correct page, Dr. Manamela.
Pontishisha letlakale le ke lona la maleba.
ke gopola gore ke lona ka re ke lona 37670.
Yes.
Continue, Ms. Sim.
Thank you, my lady. So you'll see that this is directed to you. It's a letter to you from the clinical heads of the psychiatric hospitals.
Go bjalo ba ngwaletše lona. Yes.
So they're writing to you. Okay, and they're writing to you again. This is now 27 October 2015.
Ka yona date eo e bontšhang mo ya 27 tša October.
Ke a le bona.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, this letter comes after they've been informed that the contract was going to be terminated.
Jale lengwalo le le tla ka morago ba se ba boditše gore kontraka e tlo terminate.
Go jwale.
Correct.
So if you look in paragraph 2, it says, it's displayed on the screen for your convenience, we wish to express our grave concern regarding the decision of our department to terminate the above contract on 31 March 2016. The reasons for our concern were extensively articulated in the letter we addressed to you on 28 April 2015. And then it ends, we still await a response to the issues we raised in that letter.
Wa kwa ka mokgwa e balegang ka gona gore ba dira matshwenyego a bona a kwa gale ka go fedišwa ga contract e be tla beng e fedišwa ka di 31 tša March 2016 le mabaka a gona ba fane ka ona go ya ka mokgwa ba ngwadileng ka gona mo lengwalong leo la di 28 tša April 2015.
Ke a e bona.
Ba re ba santse ba emetse gape le karabo.
A ke ganane le yona gona mo nka fa karabo ya gore ke bone.
Yes, I can see that. And so, I'm responding as follows.
Dikarabo tša ka ke tše pedi ka tsela ye.
I have two answers. And they are lined up in the following fashion.
Le gona mo bentse re sa tšwela pele le o kopana le bona re plana.
Even in this case, we were still having meetings with them, planning forward.
Advice,
Dr. Manamela, you are going too fast.
My apology.
You were still having meetings with them and you advised?
Okay.
Our advisor?
Ka mokgwa ka meeting gore le lona lengwalo le redirectiwe go MEC ka gore mo a gona isale bona bale HOD Dr. Lebete le Dr. Mazamisa.
And I advised them in the meeting that I held with them that this letter as well, it must be redirected to the MEC because she has not been copied. The people or the officials that have been copied are the ones that were copied earlier on. To wit, the HOD, Dr. Lebete, and Dr. Mazamisa.
Mo ile go gore ba reporter kudu go MEC ki dumela gore ka ge ke be ke ba le di meeting le MHD.
Seeing that they were reporting much more constantly to the MEC, ore ulabana le meeting
o tshwana le nna ge ke be ke na le di mental health deputy directors.
Like myself, I had mental deputy directors.
Ge be ba humane concern ko lining ya bona.
Where they had received a concern in their line.
Ba be ba itlisa go nna ke ka mo government e berekang.
They would then forward that concern to me. That is how government operates.
Iri tshwantšha gape le letter ye bo council ba sa tšong refera go yona. Ke re go tshwana le letter ye re fitileng ka pele ga ye.
Just like the letter that we dealt with earlier before the present one.
Le be le addressitšwe go the former MEC.
It was addressed to the former MEC.
Mara le nna ke le CC'd.
but I was also copied. Same.
So ke ka mo nkareng dilo tša government be di bereka ka ona.
That is how I can say that government matters were unfolding.
So, Dr. Malamela, in the first, apologies, can you hear me, my lady?
No, I can't follow. Just raise your voice. I don't know. You keep on breaking. I don't know what's happening. But continue.
See, the first sentence in this letter says that they refer to your letter to them, dated 22nd September 2015, right? So you had written to them. You had written to them to tell them that the contract is being terminated and that patients are going to be moved by the end of March 2016. That much is evident from the letter.
Lengwalo le le ya bontsha rona o ba ngwaletse lengwalo. O ba botsa ka contract e tlo terminate-iwa ka di 31 tša March 2015. Ke ka mola modimo mola ba thoma ka dear Dr. Manamela. Namile ba go botsa ba re ye ke karabo ya bona mo lengwalong la gago le wena o ba ngwaletse go lona ka di 22 tša September 2015.
Le ge ke sa gopole lengwalo le fela ditaba tšona nkare go bo go le proper gore ba tsebišwe go ra gore
Ba le proper ba dire. Although I cannot remember this letter, but what I can say is that ba dire
ba tsebišwe.
Oh, what I can say is that it was proper that they should be kept informed.
Ka morago ga ge lengwalo la termination la go romelwa life Esidimeni le ile la ntshiwa.
They should be kept informed after the letter of termination was issued and sent to life Esidimeni.
Ka gore letter e be ngwadilwe ke legally e signwe ke HOD ke ile ka bona.
Since the letter was written by legal or the legal department and signed by the HOD,
ke ile ka bona gore ke ile attach ke ba fe lona.
I deemed it prudent that I should attach it for their attention.
Sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I just didn't hear the last thing you said. Could you repeat it?
I deemed it prudent since the letter was written by the legal department and signed by the HOD. I deemed it prudent that I should attach it for their attention.
What letter are you? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Where did you attach the letter?
Okay.
Arab. Ke lengwalo le feng leo?
Ke re a ke re mo ba re bona ban referela go lengwalo le lengwe ke le date le di 22 ke re lengwalo leo lona a ke le gopole.
This is what I'm saying. Here in the first paragraph, they are referring me to a letter which is dated the 22nd of September 2015. I'm saying I do not remember this letter. Yeah.
Fela ke nagana gore mo gongwe bona e ka no ba ile ra ke right be ba responda ba mkhopotsa gore ba ngwadile lengwalo pele.
But I might be wrong. What I think is that they were writing to me, reminding me that they wrote a letter earlier on.
Naka ba fetola fela ka meeting.
And I responded to that letter in a meeting.
Jwale ka October shetse ba bona go na le termination letter.
Now, in October, they then saw this termination letter.
Ke ka mokgwa ke gopolang.
That is as far as I can remember.
Bana ma ba ngwalela gore na nka re bona termination letter. Mola re be re ganane le 20%. Ke ka mokgwa ke gopolang.
Now, they were writing to say that why are they seeing a termination letter, whereas, or 20% idile?
Babe ba ganana le 20%.
Whereas they were not agreeing to that aspect of the 20%.
Yes. What they say in this letter is that you wrote to them on the 22nd of September, informing them about the termination. So you did write to them on 22nd September, and they said they're still waiting a response to the concerns that were raised in April 2015. So, and we've gone through that letter, and I understand, and we don't need to go back there again. I know that that letter was in relation to the 20%, not the termination. The concerns remain the same, however. What they're saying is, you didn't respond to us, our 28 April letter, only to get, the only letter we get from you is 22nd September, telling us there's now a termination of the contract, but you haven't addressed our concerns. Do you see that?
Right, 20%. Huh?
Dr. Manamela, let the interpreter do his work, please.
Batho ba ba go araba ba re aowa bona lengwalo lela le re ngwaletše go lona ka di 28 tša September 2015 re a le kwešiša fela a sanka wena wa re araba o re botša gore mathata re be re a tlhagiša le a rarabolotše na.
Just before you respond, Mr. Interpreter, I heard you saying the 28th is the 22nd of September 2015.
Yes, my lady. The letter that they are referring to is the letter of the 22nd of September 2015.
Not the 28th, as you had interpreted to the witness.
Really? I'm sorry,
yes,
my lady.
I had the date 28 differently. Yes.
It's been a long day, my lady.
Yeah.
Ke a bona ntho e ngwadilwe mo mara ke rata o bolela jwale.
I can see what has been written, what is written on this letter, but what I want to say is
a ke gopole gore lengwalo la di 22 le be le fetola eng.
I do not remember that the letter of the 22nd as to what was it responding to. However,
ka di 22 tša September termination letter e be se itšwe ka re itšwile.
On the 22nd of September, the termination letter had not yet been issued at that time.
Ka re e saenilwe ka di 29 tša September.
Because it was signed on the 29th of September.
Ge o bo kgonea ra hwetša lengwalo le be le tla nkgopotša gabotse ka re ke gale.
If it is possible we could get this letter, then this letter will be able to jog my mind because it's been a long time.
Okay. See, Doctor, the termination letter signed by Dr. Celebano might have been on the 29th of September, but you already knew that the contract was going to be terminated and you informed the doctors.
Lengwalo le bue la termination le sign ka di 29 tša September ke Dr. Celebano fela wena bo se o tseba pele ka le sign le go le sign o bo se tšo tseba wa ba wa tsebisha dingaka.
ke tla re ntwe taba eo nka se re eng go yona.
I would not agree to that.
Okay, let me, I'm not done with this particular letter, but just on this point, I need you to have a look at page 18315.
Ore o tla bua mo ntlhae lebelela page 18315.
18315.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, so do you see that that's a letter from...
Are you already there, Doctor?
O khumane lengwalo le?
Aowa, ke sa ya go yona.
I'm still heading there.
18315.
Ke lona letlakala la gona 18315.
Ke le ngwadile mo mara fela laptop e fela e tswa go connection mara ke a le khumana shele. 18315.
I found it.
Thank you.
So you see that it is the minutes of a meeting between you and SASOP on 21 September 2015.
21 September 2015, ke di minutes tša meeting magareng a gago le SASOP.
Ke a le bona.
Yes.
And if you look at the minutes, particularly at page 18317.
Lebelela letlakala leo la 18317.
Ke a le bona.
Yes, it's displayed as well on the screen. It says reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni, and it says contract will be terminated as of 31st March.
Wa bona ka mokgwa ngwadileng ka gona mo we.
Ke a
Go tswa ka mepeto kwa Life Esidimeni no termination e be tlo dira ka di 31 tša March.
Ke a bona.
Yes.
Okay, so that was 21 September 2015. So although the letter by the notice to Life Esidimeni was given on 29 September, the doctors, the clinicians had already been informed.
Well, I won early 21 September 2015.
So
le ge le lengwalo la termination le ngwadilwe ke Dr. Selebano ka di 29 tša September. Dingaka di besitše di tseba raua termination e tlo dirane.
Ke tla re dingaka di be di tseba firstly SL a se nna mo.
Yes, I would say that the doctors knew, but firstly SL is not myself there.
Le gore MEC o ile a ntsha di go plana go terminate ko meeting around June, July.
And that the MEC issued a statement in the media to terminate around June, July.
Fela ge ke be ke sena written information, be nka se confirm.
O bosna yona.
Written information ya department.
Seeing that I did not have written information from the department, I could not confirm it.
So ka gore letter ye be re bolela ka yona ga e re ba re nna ke rile.
Because the letter that we're speaking about, it's not saying I said this.
Le bolela ka gore taba ya di 22/9 2015 a ona mo le reng nna ke rile go terminate.
It talks only about a matter of the 22nd of September 2015. There is nowhere where it says I made mention of the termination issue.
Le ge dilo re di tšea ge di political leaders ba di bolela. Ga se gore rena re tlana marare go jwale ka re ge ba ka fetola
although political leaders may make certain statements, but it does not mean that
gore rena re ka e ouna fela re ka plana revolving that.
It does not mean that we should own it or own what they are saying, but what we could do, we could plan around whatever that they shall have made or raised in their statements.
And ge o nyake advice re ba fa like ke ile ka fa HOD gore.
And if they need advice, we do provide such, as I did with the HOD.
Gore ke kwele MEC a re wa terminate wa mara.
I said, I heard that the MEC saying there's going to be a termination, but
Ba gopole gore go na le 6 months notice ye swanetšeng e fiwe pele ga termination.
they must remember that there is a 6 months notice that must be handed out before the actual termination.
Yes, Doctor, I must stop you now, please. I wasn't asking you about a political statement that was made by the former MEC. These minutes, 21 September 2015, you were present at this meeting, weren't you?
I was our statement di politiki je di lenke MEC. Ona meeting o bolo gona mo gona o di 21 ja September 2015 go ya ka di minutes je.
A ke gopolo re ka no check e ba ke le gona nna ge ke le gona present ke be ke le gona ge o boletse
Yes, I was present. Huh?
Okay, Jolam Pili, my apology.
I was present.
Thank you. And in that, at what we were just looking at page 18317, it is stated that the contract will be terminated as of 31st March. Now, I know you said, but there's SL, the letters SL before that. Is that Dr. Sophie Lenkwane? Is that
SL refers to? Selby Lenkwane.
Yes.
And did she report to you?
Who reported number one?
Le ena ke re o ikwile ge MEC a be a e bolela.
Emaganyana. SL Lenkwane ke motho wa monna go ba ke mosadi?
Ke mosadi.
Yes.
O be a reporta go nna.
Looking. Yes. She heard it. She heard about it when the MEC was talking about it. And may I also say that she was reporting to me.
Yes. So in the minutes of this meeting, the doctors are informed the contract will be terminated and patients will have to be moved by 31st March 2016, which we know already. And then if I go back to what we were looking at, the letter that was sent to you on 27 October, where they said 22nd September you'd sent them a letter. It makes sense because you knew already that the contract was being terminated. I would make that point. You can respond and then I want to move on.
Termination is to direga ka di 31 tša March. Namile di balwetši ba atošwa ba ishiwa bo moswantšeng ba ishiwa gona. Jale se we se bolela gore wena o bo tseba ke ka moo o bona mo lengwalong le la ba ngwadile gore a ba bolela ka di 22 ba bolela ka di 22 tša September. Ba bolela ka taba ba sa emetse gore wena o ba arabe ka lebaka la ra sanka wena wa araba go matshwenyego a ba beng ba tlhagiša. Se we se bolela gore o bo tseba wena.
Ke boletse gore phetolo e be ba emetse ke a di 22 September. Nna ke gopole ga itle re bona gore ke be ke bolela ka eng.
I said that the kind of response that they were waiting for in respect of the 22nd of September. I said, I do not remember this. I further requested that let that letter be tabled before me so that I can be able to devour its contents.
Okay, so there was a letter 27 October 2015 from the heads of the psychiatric hospitals. Did you respond to that?
Psychiatry ka di 27 ja October 2015. O ile wa le araba lengwalo le?
A ke sa go gopola.
I cannot remember.
Okay. So we still have the
Ms.
minutes of this
Hassim,
meeting.
is there a way she can see this letter of the 22nd of September?
Well, lady, I don't have a copy of the letter of 26 September. All I have is the doctor's letter to it.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, my lady. So, Doctor, on the 21st of September, we were looking at the minutes of this meeting with SASOP, and we saw that at 18317, it was communicated to them that the contract will be terminated as of 31 March. Now, on the same page, if you could just go down under 3.6, you'll see a paragraph beginning LR. Is LR Leslie Robertson?
We are more paragraph LR. Minutes jury. Contract beto terminate wa ka di 31 ja March. Kale ya go 3.6 mo itawanga LR. LR okay, Leslie Robinson.
LR
Yes.
3.6 o ke tloele mo o bolelang SL ke ye ko LR. R
You can look at that paragraph.
Lebelela paragraph ewe. Tomanga LR.
No, even if, okay, yes, that's fine.
LR moiring LR explained.
Explained that the position yona yu.
Oh, ke a bona.
Yes, I can see that paragraph.
Look at it and confirm or
Ngoe lebelele o re botse re o dumelana le se ngwadile mo we go ba o kanana le sona.
No, the question is whether LR refers to
Leslie Robinson. La mathomo o ditjwe Leslie Robinson ka ba LR emetse mainau.
Emetse ena.
That's correct.
Thank you. Continue. Yes.
And Leslie Robertson is a psychiatrist.
Ke ngaka shomanang le malwetse a menagano, psychiatrist. Correct.
Okay, so she says to you, and I'll just read it, it's in that paragraph. She says, she explained that the position in the district when a patient is seen at the district psychiatric clinic requires admission. The doctor will first phone the general hospital acute psychiatric unit. If there are no beds, then the patient will be referred to the district hospital casualty. This is not really appropriate because the patient will be going from a specialist level of care to a primary care level for specialist level problems. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Then it says MM. Is that you, Dr. Manamela?
Yes, that's me.
So is it correct that then your response was that if a patient is acutely ill and needs admission, they are to be sent to the district hospital for exclusion of organic disease?
Yes, correct.
And then the response from Leslie Robertson, Dr. Robertson, is that these are often known psychiatric patients who relapse and need admission. They need to be stabilized psychiatrically rather than to have organic disease excluded. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, did you agree?
O dumelana le seo?
Ke a dumellana le sona.
Yes, I do.
So the crux of what Dr. Robertson is telling you is that particular psychiatric care is required for these patients, correct?
Ke se a se bolelago seo, doctor, or batho ba go lwala ka tsela e ba nyaka tlhokomelo ya maemo.
Ke ganane le yona.
I do not disagree with that.
And the second important point to be drawn from it is that the district health services were not capable of providing that level of care. Isn't that so?
Go bjalo di-district be di sa kgone go fana ka tlhokomelo ya maemo a kwa godimo e swanetšego molwetši goba balwetši baue ba go bolelwang ka bona.
Balwetši ba go bolelwang ka bona mo go ra gore ge ba shalela ba ya ko life Esidimeni.
These patients that are being mentioned here, it means that, yeah,
ba thomile gona ko districting.
when they ended up going to life Esidimeni, they started at the district.
Ba ya ko di psychiatric hospitals.
And they went to the psychiatric hospitals.
Ba lemoa gore bolwetši ba bona ke chronic bo nyaka nako e telele.
They then realized that their illness is chronic and it's to be dealt with on a long-term basis.
Baba isha life Esidimeni.
So when then they were taken to life Esidimeni.
Correct. In other words,
yes, that's it. Council can continue.
Yes. So life Esidimeni had to provide that type of care because district health services were not capable of providing it.
Life Esidimeni ke yone be swantse e fane ka tlhokomelo ya maleba ka lebaka la di-district di be sa kgone go fana ka yona tlhokomelo eo.
Ga go bjalo mohlomongwe bo council ba ikutlwisisa gabotse.
No, that is not so. Maybe council did not understand this well.
Ba yang ko life Esidimeni ba checkilwe mo gotlhe.
Those that were taken to life Esidimeni or ba checkilwe mo gotlhe ke go kwishisha.
Ba checkilwe ka bogotlhe a ke tse gore ke tla be jwa mara ba checkilwe dinyakwa tša bona ka moka.
Yes, they were checked and all their needs were taken into account.
Ba hwetša gore ke chronic psyche or
it was discovered that they have what we call chronic psyche.
Goba severe mental disability.
And or severe mental disability.
Ba šetše ba fitile ko dipetlele.
They had already gone past the hospitals.
Di checkile gore ga ba lwa le monagano ka baka la bolwetši ba mmele ba physically na.
And there they were checked whether they are not suffering from any mental disorder because of any physical illness.
Ke ka mokgwa ba yang ko life Esidimeni.
That is when that after all that screening has been done, then they will be taken to life Esidimeni.
Thank you. So those patients in life Esidimeni required that level of care.
You were breaking, Councillor. I did not hear that.
My question, what I'm confirming is that
I don't know whether all these people are able to hear you. Sometimes I can't hear your questions. Please just ensure that you are audible enough. Yes.
My lady, may I exit and return?
Yes, please do.
Please. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, proceed.
Can you hear me, my lady?
Just say something again, because it seems you have not like before.
I changed. I'm trying to use a different device.
I think you
to
are
see if it's
better
any
off
better.
just
Can you hear
proceed.
me? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. We were talking about Dr. Robertson's concerns. Can I just confirm with you that you were in agreement with her?
Obo udumelana le yena o LR. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this was 21 September 2015. On the same day, you had a meeting with the hospitals and infrastructure, and I'll just show you where the minutes are, and that's at page 20647.
Ore ka lona tšatši le di 21 September 2015 o la swara meeting le dipetlele lebelela letlakala le 20647.
Two
647. So do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
So you'll see that it was a meeting 21st September between MHD, specialized hospitals and infrastructure, and that you welcomed and opened the meeting. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Do you recall this meeting?
Meeting.
Ke bona date mara a se ke kgone ho ya ditabeng tša gona mara ke a tseba.
I see the date. I have not yet read the contents thereof. Mentioned here.
Yes, so do you confirm that you did meet with the specialized hospitals and infrastructure on 21 September 2015?
Wa dumela le swere meeting o we le batho ba dipetlele e bele ka di 21 September 2015.
Is it not proper just for her to look at this minutes? I don't know how far you're going to go with this.
I have 2 or 3 questions based on these minutes, my lady. I won't spend too much of time, but I'm happy. That were raised, and that's it.
Okay, let her just quickly look at, I think in 5-10 minutes, she can look at the minutes. It's pages, I think 20647 up to 20649.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, just let she have a look at it.
Otoma mo 20647 go go fitla go 20649. Nko ba lenyana mo e kana go tla go butša dipotšišo be le gore a o maaraba wa tseba o maarabela mo godimo ga eng. Ka tšea metsotso e mehlano go ya go e lesome tšatši o bolela bjale.
Ke feditše.
The witness is done, my lady.
Yes, I hear her. Miss Hasim, are you there?
I am. I'm just turning on my camera, my lady.
Okay, continue.
Did not turn it on. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so Doctor, you've read through the minutes. Do you remember this meeting?
Or the valid minutes meeting also open.
Meeting o a ke o gopole.
I do not recall this meeting.
Okay. Do you let me go through some of it. You can say what your response is. You see, it begins with the feedback report by you. And it says that
yes.
It says that the termination, it talks about the termination of the contract between Life Esidimeni and the Gauteng department. You see that?
Why one more termination the contract. Magaranga Life Esidimeni department.
Ke a bona mara ke rile a ke o gopole ka gore.
Yes, I can see that, but I'm saying I do not remember this because
Ka date e ngwadileng gore ke ya meeting.
on the date inscribed here that it was the date of the meeting.
HOD was ube a sign or approve a contract.
Yeah, termination.
Eh.
The HOD had not yet signed off or approved the termination contract.
Okay. It's fine. I know that the signed letter by the HOD was on the 29th of September. The point here is part of the discussion at this meeting was a termination of the contract.
go bjalo gore HOD o saenne lengwalo le la termination ka di 29 tša September. Fela boledišano mo meeting go be go boledišana ka termination ya contract.
Ke ka moo ke reng a ke go gopole meeting go jwale ke tlo palelwa
Ke go o tlo palelwa ke
go dumellana le tše di boletšweng mo goba go
Okay.
ganetšana le tšona jwale.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that I do not recall this meeting. Therefore, I'm going to be unable to can agree nor disagree with the contents of this minute.
I just want to understand you. Do you dispute that this meeting took place, or are you saying you just don't remember the contents? You just don't remember the discussion.
O ile wa dula ka tšatši le goba wena o re a go gopole o di ba o sa gopole fela.
A ke gopole ka ona meeting o.
I do not remember about this meeting. Lega?
Tše di boletšweng mo.
And also about the discussions in this meeting.
Okay. On the last page, do you see it says compiled by, and then it says Chairperson Dr. MJ Manamela.
Wa bona mafelong motho wa go ngola di-minutes tše le chairperson o dula setulo e be le wena.
Ke ka moo ke sa di gopoleng ka re nka se compile di-minutes ka ba chairperson.
That's why I cannot remember anything about this, because I cannot compile the minutes and be the chairperson of that very meeting.
Okay. We'll come back to the minutes of this meeting and the attendance. Just for now, can I draw your attention to 4.2, and then in brackets A, it says meeting with MEC, and it says Dr. Manamela to coordinate the meeting.
Motho wa swantše a dire dipeakanyo tša meeting owe ko wena Dr. Manamela e be le meeting le MEC o bo swantše wena o beakanye o lebelela mo owe mo go 4.2.
Ke yona ke a e gana le yona ka gore
I dispute that as well.
Yes, you actually,
because the MEC.
Nna ke beakanyang di-meeting tša MEC. MEC o na le staff sa gage.
I am not the one that coordinates the meetings of the MEC. The MEC has got her own staff.
Le yona ya gore clinical e ba botša gore ba romele lengwalo go nna.
Where it says clinical said that they must send the letter to me.
Okay. And you never did in any event. We know you never coordinated a meeting with the MEC. Is that so?
Sanka wena wa dia dipeakanyo tšewe tša meeting le MEC.
E be se role ya ka eo jwale ka director.
It was not my role as a director.
Okay. And then if you scroll further down in these minutes, it's where it says concerns raised. And there are a number of concerns listed there. And it's a reiteration.
This is now number 5.
It is now number 5, my lady, correct.
Yes, what is it?
Wa bona mola mo number 5 bontšha maswenyego a ileng a tlhagišwa moo concerns that were raised. Ebile ba di ngwadile mo di tswa ka di-bullet, di ne di-bullet tša gona. Tše tlhano, 5 bullets.
Ke rile a ke o gopole meeting o.
I have already said that I do not remember this meeting.
Yes. So you can't say anything about the concerns that were raised here. And these concerns are the same that have been raised in other letters, isn't that so? That the NGOs don't have the same level of experience, that the patients, over here it says that Esidimeni claimed that 60% of their patients are undischargeable, and they were concerned about the 31 March deadline. Those are not new concerns for you, isn't that so?
Ge iba advocate ba nyaka ke di fetola ka go tseba ga tsona ntle le o di kamantšha le di minutes tše nka fetola.
If council wants me to respond to each concern which has been raised here, I can respond without agreeing to the knowledge of this meeting, according to these minutes.
I accept that you saying you don't remember this meeting, but when you look at these concerns, what I'm putting to you is that these were not new concerns. You were aware of these concerns. In September 2015.
Wa dumela councilor meeting o wena ga o gopolo. Fela ge o lebella di concern tše di leng gona mo a se tše mtsha wa tseba ka tšona o bentse go bolelwa ka tšona di concern tše. That is correct.
Okay, so we can then move off these minutes and go to October 2015, and the reference for you is page 18319.
Awa are kwa godimo go page 18319. Yeah, October.
And this is another letter from SASOP, and this time you are copied on it.
Ge ke le bona ke bone bona ba responda.
Even though when I saw it, I saw them responding
Go dikeletšo tše ke ileng ka ba fa ge re le ko meeting.
To the advice that I had given to them at the time when we had convened in a meeting.
Okay. So you, in other words, you were aware of the concerns that are in this letter because you'd already engaged with SASOP, and now they were repeating the concerns. Is that right?
O tseba ka di concern tšeo bana le tšona le tše le bolela ka tšona ka go le ga bolela ka tšona ko meeting bjale bona di concern tšona tšeo ba se tše bjale ba di boeletša fela ba di boeletša ka go di ngwala fase.
Go bjalo le ge ile re mo a sore ba di bolela kudu mara ke bona jwale.
That is correct. Although in the letter they do not reflect on those concerns in detail, but they are reflected.
Yes, because they attached their earlier letter.
Concerning ko meeting le HOD go ba le MEC.
No.
Thank you, my lady. This would be an opportune time for us to stop for the day.
Okay.
She wanted to say something. Can we just conclude it? I hope you're not going to say a lot, Dr. Manamela.
O bonyaka go fatlela re tshepa ge o ka se name tshithaba.
Awa mongwaka be no ba gore ka gore HOD le yena o gona mo le Dr. Lebete le Dr. Mazamisa e do ba go no e flickering go no e tlhaisha fela go Dr. Mazamisa.
Yes, what I wanted to add was that if you look at that minute, the MEC and the HOD and Dr. Mazamisa are also listed as the people that have been copied there. I was just raising this aspect to him in passing, though he was aware of them.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the time here. So this is the opportune time for us to break until tomorrow morning. The witness can be warned and the proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow, the 1st of December 2022.
I bona na go sasa ke di 1st ja December go sasa. Ska bolela le motho ka bohlatse bja gago re a kwana.
Re a kwana.
Witness want, my lady.
Thank you very much.
May it please the court.
Please, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
As a court, my lady.